I'm Sean Van Every, the chair of ITP and IMA, and I'm joined by
Tom Igo. I'm a faculty member at ITP.
ITP is a 43-plus-year-old grad department, always on the edge of what's possible with new technology. IMA is a 4-year-old undergrad department doing the same thing. This is their end of semester showcase that you're about to see. And Tom, what will they see here?
They'll see a whole lot of projects, maybe traditional web projects. Some projects will be virtual reality or augmented reality projects. Some projects might be music projects. Some projects will be using electronics and sensors. There might be some assistive tech projects, some data visualization projects.
You know, and I think there's sort of like experience design and exhibit design. And I think storytelling is a common thread throughout them. But another big thread throughout them is, which is really sort of highlighted in the show, is students are really trying to break away from the use of the keyboard and the mouse and bring things into the physical world, whether that's through fabrication or, electronics or things that sense your body and allow you to interact with things in sort of new and different ways. And I think that's one of the really special things about it. It's kind of an art opening / science fair / bazaar / circus. Enjoy it and, feel free to chat with us. And
thanks for coming.
Thanks for coming.
Hi, everyone from downtown Brooklyn. We are here for day one of the ITP IMA Spring Show of 2023, where students from our undergraduate program IMA and students from our graduate program ITP showcase the projects they've been working on this semester. Here we have our first project. Could you tell us your name, program, and year, please?
My name's Charlie. I'm in Gallatin, and I'm a senior.
Great. And what does your project do?
This is Tour de Terre. It's a physical simulation of a cyclist orbiting the Earth. So it's like the ultimate version of the Tour de France. It's going around the world, but it's a physical simulation that's all right here for you to see.
This is quite an impressive installation. What gave you the inspiration for this theme?
Well, we were prompted in a large-scale kinetic installation class taught by Phil Caridi, He wanted us to make something move, and I figured a bike was a really easy starting point in terms of a mechanism, and I just came up with the idea for orbiting the world, from there. And visually, it snowballed, and I just kept making it look how I wanted it to look, and that's how it came out.
This is great. Can you change the speeds at all?
I can make it slower, but that's as fast as it'll go. It's a very strong torque-wise, the DC motor that I'm using. But yeah, that's as fast as it goes.
Nice. And I bet it also helps that Phil is an expert in bikes as well as fabrication and PComp, right?
That's right. He showed me a thing too, for sure, about setting up bikes. He's got his hand crank bike sitting over there. He's a very impressive maker of all things, including bikes.
But the bike probably still works independent of this mechanism, right?
That's right. I'll be riding this around after the installation is taken down, for sure.
Very nice. Have you gotten a lot of comments about people getting scared when they come out of the elevators?
I have. I didn't expect such a reaction. It's like an uncanny feeling people get because it sort of looks like a human. That's sort of what I was going for, to like blur the lines between human function and like mechanical computer function. So I'm proud.
We're proud as well. You said you're from Gallatin. Did you have any prior experience working with motors or fabrication before this?
So in Gallatin, you can pretty much take whatever classes you want. So I had taken a few ITP, IMA, IDM classes before, where we were doing physical computing and working with tiny little motors. This is the biggest one I've ever worked with so far, though. It's a lot of fun.
Lovely. Any other reactions or interesting feedback you've gotten on the project so far?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I definitely was surprised to see that, like, some people literally thought it was a person in there. I didn't expect that. And yeah, it's when I actually move the project, I can just take it off of this stand and like walk it, and it'll still spin and look like I'm just pushing a dude on a bike. So yeah, I'm definitely happy with how many people thought it was a real human being.
Yeah, this is great work. Thank you so much for introducing us to your project as well as all of the live stream viewers. And could you tell us where we can find information about you or your project online?
You can see some on my Instagram at Legbone3D.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, could you tell me your name and your project and also your program?
My name's Deepika. This project is called, I'm a first year ITP student, and this project is called Dumbo Trails. It's basically an art piece that's supposed to represent the history of Dumbo. So the rear wheel, we invite people to come and spin the wheel to interact with it. And when you spin it, it makes sounds that mimic like a conveyor belt. And it's supposed to represent Dumbo's industrial history of the 19th and 20th century, where it was a ferry dockyard initially, and a lot of workers used to come in there. So it represents the past. And the front wheel represents the artists that moved into the area and gentrified Dumbo as a city, and then became one of the most expensive boroughs to live in Brooklyn, because they moved in and found free studio space in the warehouses, and so therefore they moved in. So this is supposed to represent the artists of the area.
I noticed there's some image on your laptop, so could you tell us a little bit about that?
The image, those pictures were from where we did this installation. So we had put this up at the Brooklyn Pier Park. And we asked people, because it's a site-specific installation also, and since it represented Dumbo, we wanted to do it close to the Dumbo area. So we put it in at the Brooklyn Pier Park, and people from the area, so there were tourists, there were people who had lived in Dumbo and for most of their lives and over 20 years, and they came and interacted with the piece. So That's where the installation was on the pier, and those are people interacting with the installation.
Okay, that's a lovely project. And what kind of feedback you get from the people living in the Dumbo area?
They really enjoyed it. They thought it represented Dumbo. So we had someone who had been living in the area and they actually knew about the history. So their interaction was a bit different, but they liked the fact that it represented Dumbo. They weren't necessarily fond of the fact that it had gentrified so much and become, because it was a space for artists, but they feel like that space for artists is being taken over now by a lot of tech companies that are coming to this space because it's becoming more and more expensive to live in. And so, yeah, that was the initial reaction. The tourists really liked it because they didn't know enough about the Dumbo history area. And so they interacted with it and they found it interesting to find out about.
Okay, thank you so much for introducing us about your project. And do you know where can we find you online?
On Instagram at Deepakatitis. This project was also done with Josephine Wang. So you can find her at Josephine Makes Stuff as well.
Okay, thank you.
Am I the first of the day?
You are the third of the day. Okay, could you tell the viewers your name, program, and year, please?
Yes, my name is Zoe Cohen. I am a second year at ITP.
Lovely. Tell us about your project here.
So this is part of my thesis. It's called The Things We Have to Do to Convince Ourselves to Do Anything at All. And it's a series of sculptures about the mind-body problem. This first one is about how the mind manifests the body. So like how we see ourselves reflected in everything around us, how we superimpose everything we see onto our own bodies. And this one is about how our minds manifest in the space around us. Specifically in terms of my ADHD and executive function disorder, I wanted to create like an aesthetic for an invisible disability. So like how do you visualize or like create a self-portrait using without using a body? So it's a claw machine with a sculpture of me buried, laying in bed, buried by clutter, and people who participate try to like excavate the clutter, but it's kind of futile and a very cumbersome interaction. And the claw machine itself is kind of like represents existing in a structure that isn't built for you. So I tried to use all of the parts of the claw machine as part of the project. So like I used the coin slot and put an RFID sensor in there and used RFID chips, and each one tells like an individual story when it goes past the coin slot. What's usually the prize hole has been converted into the dark hole in which all of the things I own disappear into. So it's closed off because I didn't want anyone to be able to take anything out of it. But I put a little slit in the carpet, and so every once in a while, an object will fall from the room into the little pit, never to be seen again. And all of the audios are 1 minute because the play for the claw machine is 1 minute. So I tried to like work within the constraints of that. And then the last thing is I made these so that people could create their own mess. So it resembles the sculpture of me inside of here, and these are a lot of the objects related to the stories. And so basically people can kind of put their own, like design their own mess, because I also wanted to like combat this thought that mess necessarily means laziness, and also like try to make mess into something beautiful rather than something shameful.
That's very beautiful, and it seems like you have a very consistent visual theme going here and a very personal story as well. Where can people read more about your project or your work online?
Yep, you can find me at zoethinks.com, which is ZOETHINKS.com, and zoeoverthinks.com, which is ZOEOVERTHINKS.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Zoe, and congratulations on your thesis.
Okay, could you please tell me your name, your program, and where are you?
Sure. So, hi, I'm Adnan Aga, and this is my ITP graduate thesis project. It's called Nose, and it's an interactive sculpture that is able to tell you the smell of anything. And so, what I just did was I put this coconut water right underneath, and what it'll do is it will smell the coconut water and then print out a receipt of what it thinks the coconut water smells like, and from right here. And so when I take this, it says the aroma is refreshingly tropical with a subtle sweetness and a hint of nightness. Notes of crisp green coconuts make the scent invigorating, while a slight woody undertone deepens the olfactory experience. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. And can I try like use other subjects to let the nose to smells?
Yeah. Here, we
Maybe.
could try. I could try my phone.
Whoa,
Yeah.
let's do it.
So right here, it takes a sniff, and then I hold it underneath.
Superb. If you could hold the object securely, I could get a better sense of its scent profile.
So I hold it here for the nose to smell. It then thinks about it. It tries to figure out what has just been given.
Indulge my olfactory senses a bit more with that aroma.
It asks for it to be like given a little closer. And then it prints out a
This
receipt.
exudes a fusion of electronic components and metal with a hint of factory fresh packaging, evoking the exhilaration of unboxing a new device.
Wow, that's lovely. And where do you get your inspiration from?
So this project is based around myself in the sense that I'm not able to smell. And so I built this nose as a recreation of myself. This nose is 3D modeled after my own nose. I 3D scanned it, 3D printed it, and then finished it to have this more sculptural look.
Okay, thank you. Could you please tell us your social media so we can find you?
Sure. You can find a lot of my work at adnanaga.com. That's ADNANAGA.com, or on my Instagram at adnanaga.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, could you tell us your name, program, and year, please?
For sure. My name's Ray, and I'm a second year of ITP.
Lovely. Can you tell us about your project here?
Yeah, for sure. So this is Reformation. So basically, this is a data visualization project. I turned the invisible data of our nature, for example, the temperature and the wind speed and the wind direction and visibility and pressure and all the invisible data into the digital art. So basically, you will see that I can take any API from different cities and generate different like digital arts here. Yeah.
Is this all in live time?
Yeah, it's a real-time data like visualization stuff. Yeah, I can call the real-time API here.
This is super sweet. Did any one class from ITP inspire you or help you make this project?
Yeah, for sure. So I totally inspired by Daniel Schiffman. He's Nature of Code. So basically, I learned how to write the force using the JavaScript code, and it's super cool.
Awesome. We actually have some viewers from the coding train on our live stream right now, so shout out to them.
I love Coding Train so much. I watched the Coding Train from like 2018, and I learned my like programming myself. So yeah, it's been a journey. It's super cool.
It's crazy to think that all of your years of like YouTube University have paid off to this amazing project.
Totally. It's amazing, and I will say that the reason I come to ITP, that is Daniel Schiffman. So I super appreciate his like effort, his energy, and yeah, I'm sure he inspired a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of other people could say the same. Is there any other part of your project that you want to highlight or demonstrate for us right now?
Yeah, for sure. I think I would recommend people to like test my project, because like whenever you name a city, I can definitely like input use it as an input and generate like real-time art. And if you are available, you can come by and we can test our. And also I have like postcards and our like posters to give up.
Lovely. Okay. Is your project available online, or where can people find more of your work online?
I'm on Twitter. Yeah. So it's like POPORUII. Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, what's your name? What's the title of your project, and what year are you in this project?
Sure. I'm Yves Fogel. My project is called Vapai, and I'm a second year student. I'm graduated now. Yeah.
Would you love to tell us a little bit about your project?
Sure. So the idea, Vapai is a tool to make virtual production accessible for low budget productions. So basically, right now, if you search online, like what's the future of Hollywood, everywhere they talk about virtual production, which is like this new way of making movies where instead of using the traditional green screens, you have these huge LED panels where you're projecting the final image. The thing is that for big productions, that's awesome. But if you are like an independent filmmaker or a student filmmaker, it's very expensive, the whole process of making the 3D environments to be used in virtual production. So Vapai is a way of making all of these environments using artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence. So basically with very basic inputs like text and just some sliders and buttons, you can create complex 3D environments which can then be used for film productions.
What kind of software or techniques you use for this project?
Sure. So the main software is Unreal Engine. So this is actually a plugin for Unreal Engine, and it is based on artificial intelligence tools such as Stable Diffusion and Depth Prediction.
What kind of interaction you have for this project?
Sure. So when you start, the first thing you do is you write a text prompt, which you basically define what is the image that you want. For example, right now I put a house on a lake, on a beautiful lake, and it generates that image. Then with just a button, you generate the depth of that image using another AI tool. And with that, just very basic sliders, and you can create like the whole 3D environments. And then you can stand in front of the camera and take pictures or film yourself.
Okay. What do you wish for the viewer to respond to your project?
Sorry, again?
So, what do you wish the viewer to respond to your project?
Well, this is actually a work in progress right now. This is my thesis. The idea is to keep on building on this. So I really think this is a tool that can change the filmmaking industry. So what I want from today is just to people get a very brief glimpse of this and play around and make cool images.
Okay, thank you so much for introducing us your project. And what's your social account?
Sure, thank you also. And you can find more information. The main way of finding more information about this project is on GitHub. It's ifvogel/vapai. You can also find some in my Instagram, which is ivesrudi, YVESRUDI.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Apurva, I know your name, but could you tell our viewers your name, program, and year, please?
Of course, I am Apurva. My pronouns are she, her, and my piece is called Able Now. So here we are. This piece is based on this previous research that I had, that humans don't really need, humans have an inherent sense of direction and distance, but it's like faltered by 18 degrees. So as long as you know the direction of your destination and a few landmarks to navigate to there, you'll be able to make it without needing turn-by-turn navigation. That brings us to like large indoor spaces, and all like things like Google Maps don't work in indoor spaces because they don't have the data inside. So how do we navigate? So there are some apps like that help you navigate two spaces, not inside. And there are also like apps like Seeing AI, which is using GPT right now, that helps you see like what's like in your vicinity. but not in like, so where's the kitchen or where's the bathroom? Like, how do we know things like that? So that was the idea, and it's using like principles from research like direction and landmarks. So that's the app. It's made on Android entirely, where it connects to routers on the floor. So it's like mapped to all of the routers. Like the indoor spaces have a lot of routers, so it connects to the closest router, and based on that, it gives you the location of you on the floor. So when you click on it,
Side hallway among the classrooms. This area has vending machines.
so it tells you where you are and what's around you. And then when you point around,
Door vending machines.
so it tells you,
Door and emergency exit to vending machines. Staircase to ability project.
yes, then it gives you direction to like the major landmarks in the area. That's the project. I'm excited to take it forward.
This is very elaborate.
Thank you.
What kind of people do you think would benefit from a project like this?
I think like this was made with accessibility in mind. So it's all like you can click anywhere on the screen. So you don't really need to like tap buttons or anything. And then it's also like it's based on voice callback. So it's like using text to speech to tell you. So and it has haptics. Like so when you point to a direction, it gives a haptic feedback. So it's like built like bottoms up on accessibility. So that's the focus.
Very considerate, very elaborate project, like I said. Is there anywhere we can find more information about you or your work online?
Yes. So that's the QR code. You can find my website over there, and within there's link my LinkedIn, my Instagram, my ITP blog, and everything. So
Thank you.
thank
Okay.
you so much.
Hi, could you please tell us your name, your project title, the program you are?
Hi, I'm Divya. My project is called Camera Chronicles. I'm in second year of ITP.
Okay, so could you please tell us a little bit about your project?
Yeah, it's a series of paintings, sketches, um, selfies, and photographs, and also videos. Um, yeah.
Okay, and where do you get your inspiration from?
I was thinking of these acts, the act of painting and recording myself as acts of surveillance, which is the opposite of surveillance. It sort of has to do with getting mobilization and yeah, moving out of being stuck. I'm not at all very good.
And could you tell us about like what's going on inside the video?
Yeah. There's these are video recordings of me at different events. I've recorded myself over the past 4 years just to keep my art practice alive, and I've combined them in this website, and viewers can learn my story as they press different keys. Instead of me sort of editing and clipping the whole video together, um, I'm letting the viewers press keys and watch the videos in their own order. Yeah. So all of these sort of come together as series of different events in my life or showcase of different experiences and feelings. Yes.
Yeah. What kind of feedback do you receive from your friends or other people?
Um, I just had my presentation done 2 days ago. It went well. There was more time to explain what the research was about, but yeah, it was good.
Okay, thank you so much for introducing us your project. And how can we find you online?
Um, my website is divyasriy dot. I don't know. It's a website. There's no. It's a dot portfolio.com dot myportfolio.com. Yeah, that's where you can find me.
Thank you.
Hello, could you tell us your name, program, and year, please?
Yeah, my name is Martha Janicki. I am a second year at ITP.
Lovely. Could you tell us about your project here?
Yeah, so my project is named American Dream, and it's a metaphor for the dichotomy of the American dream, both the sort of hopefulness that it brings, but then sort of the precarious reality that I want to also show.
And does this topic come from a source of personal inspiration?
Yeah, so my parents are immigrants who came in the 80s from Poland. And I also, for many years, worked in humanitarian and refugee programming. And so I've both seen it from personal stance, but also from a professional stance, and seeing people have to both struggle, but have these big dreams of what the American dream, of what America means, what immigration means, and just contemplating sort of the duality of it. Is it worth it? What do you lose if you sort of like come to pursue it?
Yes, very deep political thoughts captured in a simple yet very dynamic piece. Are you able to demonstrate it for us right now?
Sure. So basically the audience takes a coin and they step on the stool, and then there's a little slide here, and they take it down, and it falls through and then falls to the ground or gets caught into one of the baskets. And in each case, if it falls into a basket, there's a little LED that turns on to show that other coins have fallen there. Then it falls to the ground, there's more of a thud to sort of maybe amplify the fact that maybe the dream was unsuccessful, the lottery was unsuccessful. And that's it.
Beautiful and straightforward.
Yeah.
Congratulations for completing this thesis. Is there anywhere online where we can find more about your work or yourself?
Yeah, so if you go to marthajanicki.online, that's marthajanicki.online, you can see all of my work.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
You're only.
Sorry, we're just having to be dynamic today.
Okay.
Could you tell us about your project here?
Sure. So the title of the project is Delete Me, Data Hoarding, Deletion, Catharsis. And the idea behind the project was that I was feeling really frustrated with the amount of data that is out there about me that I don't really have control over. So I had this hypothesis that if I could manifest that data in a physical form, that kind of highlighted the scale and like the clutter, and then invited people to delete that with me. So in the form here, I have a shredder that you can actually shred all of this printed data from Facebook and Google and Airbnb and TikTok and all of them. And then like this gross tub of black yuckiness, which is meant to represent the deletion. And then I also have here a plate of cookies, which is meant to be a pun, but it also on these cookies is a QR code that leads you to a website called deletemydata.io, which I did not make, so this is not my website, but I think it's a wonderful place where you can pretty much search any site and learn how to access and remove yourself from their data store.
Super interesting, and a very common source of stress, I bet, for people these days.
Yeah.
Do you have plans to delete all of your personal data after this?
What a good question. So unfortunately, because I live in the US, I actually can't. So this is really frustrating. What I do have plans to do is whatever I can to encourage US federal regulation so that we can get closer to places like the EU and other countries that have better data management laws.
Interesting. Were there any other previous iterations of this work, or what was it like making this work over a long length of time?
Yeah, definitely. So my initial idea was that I really wanted to give off the vibe of like a sort of like old dusty basement full of stuff. I really wanted it to feel messy and casual. And so initially I actually wanted stacks of like 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper, floor to ceiling. That's super not practical and it's pretty wasteful in terms of paper. So I thought a thermal printer would be, sort of a more lightweight, smaller scale version.
It seems like it worked. It's very effective. Thank you so much for walking us through your project. Is there anywhere online where we can find more of your work or read more about you?
There should be. Yes, I do have an Instagram. My Instagram is at Zoe Alana, but the O is a 0.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, could you please tell me your name, your title, and the year are you?
Hi, I'm Kevin, and I'm a second year at ITP, and my project is called Self-Word Evidence I Lived.
Oh, good. Could you please tell us a little bit about your project?
Yes, so my project is a web diary that currently hosts 20 different unique experiences. And for the show, I've selected 5 for people to view. And it's intended to be a diary that I continue on for the rest of my life, documenting my humanity. And so my dream in the future is when I have kids or when I have descendants, they'll be able to come back to the site and not just see me as a memory, but as a human being.
Lovely. I see there are so many mediums you use, like videos and food, and also and sound like. Could you tell us about like your choice of a medium?
Right. About the room, I've decided to make it kind of like a cafe. I want it to be quiet, like a place that people can relax. And so people will sit down and I'll ask them whether they want tea or cookies. And then I'll like deliver it to them. And here are actually the business cards. So each of those are stamps that allude to the different experiences on my piece. But yeah, users can build their own business card. And so they have some part in the process of taking a little bit of my piece back with them.
Do you get any feedbacks from your friends or other people? And what kind of feedback do you receive?
Yeah, so my projects are pretty long, but I have a lot of user testing. That's like my main interactions with my friends. So yeah, they really love it. They think it's a really large project and they're curious as to how I'm going to continue it for the rest of my life. But I think it's a worthwhile endeavor and I really enjoy it. Right now, I'm very excited about it. So I think that I'll continue it for a long time.
Mm-hmm. If you are going to, thank you so much for introducing us your project, and where can we find you online?
Yes, so the website will be hosted on selfwordevidenceilived.com, and you can find my Instagram tag at INKREAS or on TikTok at by the same tag at Increase. So,
okay, thank you.
No problem.
Hi, could you tell us your name, program, and year, please?
My name is Sammy. I'm an ITP and I'm a second year.
Awesome. Can you tell us about your project?
Yeah, this is a sculpture. It's my first sculpture. I've never made a sculpture. And so I wanted to do something that was really fun to do while I was doing it, because I was already stressed enough about everything else, life in general, that just playing with new materials that I'd never touched before, I thought would be a joy. And I was correct. It was super duper fun. Setting it up in different locations is also intuitively done, viscerally done. So like they put me over here and they were like, I'm sorry about this yellow thing, but now we're working with it. So there's play in it at every step, which is nice.
What other places have you set this up?
NYC Resistor, we did a one-night exhibition with 8 of us. That was really fun, like surprisingly fun. I was really anxious, but it was great. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it went really well.
Yeah.
Tell us about the materials that you used here, the new ones that you played with.
Yeah, so steel. I wanted to use all scrap steel, but it weighs a lot and I'm unfamiliar, so I don't know what it can bear by weight. So I got some raw steel for the legs of the piece. And then SCOBY is another new piece. So SCOBY is the symbiotic culture of bacteria and yeast that is used to brew kombucha. But you can also get really crazy nasty little flaps of things that you can use. And I'm working on tattooing it as I move forward because it's skin-like, and I want to lean into that being skin-like. But it also takes up space because it smells, which is very scary for me. I don't normally like to take up space, so a nice little passive taking up of space with an aroma is a good way to lean into that.
Yeah, and it's like taking up less space temporally as well, because one day it'll just return to the earth.
It'll die. And it also, the steel is also rusting in contact with the SCOBY. And so art will always degrade over time, no matter what. And so trying to archive it in a way that it'll survive past a human life is just still kind of a futile effort on a geological timescale. So the fact that this lives and dies, and the fact that it being in contact with the steel, which is already dead, is actually resting it, like it's really degrading, and I like that. Yeah.
There's a lot of metaphor packed in there.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Thank you for walking us through your project. Is there anywhere online we can find more of you or your work?
You can find me on Instagram at Pickle Juice Punch. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay.
Hi, what's your name, your title of your project, and the program are you?
My name is Miao Ye. I'm a first-year ITP student, and the name of our project is The Anatomy of a Relationship. So I made this project with my partner, Michelle, who is walking around on the floor right now.
Would you like to tell us a little bit more about your project?
Yeah, sure. So we have these two deconstructed LED cubes. So each one is a little triangle. And what we want to illustrate is that it takes two people to form a relationship, but it only takes one person to dissolve one. So how you interact with this is if I put my hand near the sensor, and can someone else put their hand near the other sensor? Yeah. When that happens, the light effect will go from I think maybe right now it's a little difficult because it's too bright, so it's not working as intended. Yeah, let's try that. Yeah, so the lights will go from glitching to sort of a more fluid motion with one flowing into the other. But if I take my hand away, these cubes will go back to glitching again. Yeah.
Wow, that's a super interesting project. And what kind of software or techniques you use for this project?
Oh, we actually spend a lot of time soldering, and we just, I don't know, I really wanted to make a LED cube, and then it's just some code we wrote in Arduino, and they are interacting like this now. Yeah.
What do you... Okay, thank you so much for introducing us for this project. Where can we find you online?
Oh yeah, so Michelle and I put our Instagram handles here. So if you're coming to the show, you can just scan the QR codes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, what's your name, program, and year?
Hi, I'm Irene Lee, and I'm currently a senior at IMA.
Cool. Tell us about your project.
So I made a capsule machine in a blind box, which contains items that represents possible incidents that might happen in fandom activities. And I asked users to sketch a little piece of fan art to participate. Yeah, I can demo you.
Yes, please give us a demo.
I have people sketches their favorite characters. And if you turn this box, this will fall out. And this one represents the activity of commissioning in fandom activities, which is a very common thing, so that people will commission artists or writers to write stories about their favorite characters.
And is a lot of this based off of just your own experience participating in a fandom?
Yeah, mostly, but I also did a lot of research. there are many papers and books write about like explanations of why these things happen in fandom communities. And I also provide those explanations of the reasons behind them in this paper, little paper inside.
Okay, so this is like just as much an educational project and a research project as it is a personal project.
Yeah, and also I think people who are familiar with fandom communities, they will like feel really resonate with it. Like a Japanese users just now, they feel like they know this stuff very much, and they feel it's super interesting to see some projects like this.
Are there any communities? Okay, I'm getting a signal to wrap up. So I'm going to ask you, is there anywhere online where we can find out more about your work or yourself?
About my work for myself, you can follow my Instagram here, but I also provide my Twitter account, but I will only post my fan art there, so I only recommend those people who are interested in my fan art to see me there.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Hi, what's your name? What year are you? And also, what's your title of your project?
Hi, so my name is Demaray. I'm a second year, and the title of my project is Last Chance to See Capsule Machine.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about your project?
Yeah, so Last Chance to See Capsule Machine is a interactive capsule toy machine featuring endangered bat art toys. And the way that it works is there's a certain percentage that you'll receive a specific species, which is based on research on their population changes over time.
Wow, since you mentioned the research, would you like to tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so I worked with a couple different conservation websites and organizations to figure out how they track population data for bat species. Then from there, I was able to figure out exactly the percentages that have been changed over the past 10 to 15 years.
And what kind of software and techniques you use for this project?
Good question. So I primarily use 3D design software to design the machine and the bats themselves. And then they were 3D printed with a couple of different technologies, FDM technology and multi-jet fusion.
Do you get any feedbacks from your friends or other people who see this project?
Yeah, people generally have been really excited about it, which has made me very happy. And yeah, it seems like it's been going so well so far.
Are you going to display this project somewhere else, or maybe like further working on this project?
I'm definitely going to keep working on it. As for where it's going to be displayed next, I'm open to talks on, museums or galleries that are interested in displaying it. But yeah, so far no plans other than just this show.
Okay, that's lovely. And also, do you have any social account or website like we can find you online?
Yeah, so I'm on Instagram, Demaray_Ford, my first and last name. And yeah, that's pretty much where you can find me.
Okay, thank you so much for introducing us your project.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you tell the viewers your name, program, and year?
Yes, thank you. My name is Anna Nikaki. I'm a first-year graduate student. My background is in architecture, and this is my inflatable installation. Because my background is in architecture, I wanted to take this opportunity and study how plates transform with the deduction and the addition of air. So this is an inflatable piece entirely made out of mylar. It has two fans that are adding, and they're like basically turning on and off so that it breathes when it detects movement inside the space. The more people are navigating around, the faster it breathes. And I wanted to see how people will interact with these transitions of air, and how the negative space reacts with like our body. That's pretty much it.
How has it been seeing real people move around this piece and react to it?
It's been really, really nice to see how people interact with them. Most of them are hugging this central piece. Others are like punching or kicking it. So I really appreciate the freedom and like the invitation in its center. and how people are experiencing the air coming in and out of it.
Has anyone commented on the sound that the material makes?
Yes, so many, because I don't know if you can, like, if it comes through the microphone, but it's really smoothing when when the air is coming out. You can hear like this crispy noise.
Crispy is the word I would use as well. Was there any one class here at ITP that helped you think of or make this project?
Yeah, soft robotics class with Carrie Love. She's an amazing instructor, and she pretty much encouraged me to continue making big things, because space is, like, as you know, is not as easy to make big things in on the floor. And I really want to thank her for being there for me.
This is our public thank you to Carrie Love.
Yeah, thank you, Carrie.
Okay, is there anywhere online people can read more about this project or see your other works?
Yes, in my portfolio, our website, which is ananikaki.com, or you can follow me on my Instagram, which is Blue Travel Tales.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Anna. Congrats.
Hi, what's your name, the title of your project, and what year are you?
Hi, my name is Henry Chen. You can call me Hooray. I'm a first year here at ITP, and the title of our project is ZECI. So ZECI stands for Experimental Electronic Keyboard Instrument. Yeah.
Would you love to tell us more about your project?
Sure. So this is we created an expressive instrument that would like push the boundaries of like musical creation. So the idea is that this is the keyboard, the design, or I suppose like the layout of the keyboard was positioned so that you can reach it with a single hand. That was actually inspired by the positioning of arcade buttons. And then the idea is that this is a handheld instrument that you can either put on your shoulder or you can hold it like so. And then I can do a little demonstration if you like. Something like that. Yeah, well, I haven't really like quite mastered this instrument I've created, but it's currently wired, it's currently connected to the speaker, which is the reason why there's a little bit of delay, but normally it should be spontaneous. So the way we created this project is that we kind of, the synth was powered by a smartphone in disguise. So like we have an Android phone currently running within this device, and that's powering the synth engine. And then what this is doing is it's taking data from these, Arduino's reading from data from the buttons, and then Arduino's sending media signal to the smartphone, and that's what's making the sound. And then we also have a slider down here that controls parameters that, for instance, like this currently controls the filter, but the slider isn't working particularly well, but it's supposed to, did it break? Oh, wow, okay. It's supposed to change the tonal characteristics of this instrument. And then also we have accelerometer that's controlling a different parameter.
Basically, the angle that you play it changes the sound quality.
Yeah.
So, time.
Okay.
I don't know if it's doing right now, but essentially we have the slider and the angle that you play to change the tonal quality of the instrument. And then we have this unconventional keyboard layout here. Essentially, it's just a normal one octave split into two levels. Henry came up with the design of basically everything.
Okay, thank you. Where can we find you online?
Online? Yes, Instagram, and also I have an online portfolio, and so I guess, yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's me online. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, can you tell us your name, program, and year?
My name is Rio Ahagi. I'm a first year ITP student.
Cool. Tell us about your project here.
Okay, my project is edible NFT project. I create the caviar using your heartbeat, and I also registered your caviar experience as an NFT. Can I show you a demo?
Yes, please.
Okay, I show you the demo. I put this heart. I put finger and create the caviar using heartbeat. If you want to eat, I can scoop and wash it. And this is coconut banana caviar. So I generate the caviar using heartbeat, and I can eat it. And I generate the caviar. Also, I generate the caviar and I register the caviar experience as an NFT, like this one. And I will show you the experience. What time? What is this thing? This one. Okay. I generate the NFT image using heartbeat. If you feel the relax, the color will change the blue or purple or something. But if you feel stress and upset, the color will change the pink or red. So usually, dining experience is one-time experience, but NFT is I can record the data forever. So I want to create the experience as like paradox, if one time and forever experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Riho. So okay, getting a wrap-up signal. Where can we find more about your project or your other work online?
Instagram. So I using this receipt, I put my Instagram on the bottom so you can access here.
It looks like the Instagram handle is at RLHO.
Yes, please follow me.
Okay, thank you, Riho.
Hi, what's your name? The title of your project, and where are you?
My name is Liam. I am a senior, and our project is called Every Light Has Its Breath.
Would you love to tell us a little bit more about this project?
Yeah, I'd love to. So this is a kinetic sculpture for the kinetic sculptures class. And so what we wanted to do is make like a light that has a breathing organic motion to it. And so like the inspiration, this is a group project, and the inspiration was like the Noguchi lamps. And so this is made of a wood frame that was laser cut out. And then we took this tracing paper that we cut out in the same shape, taped it onto there. And then in the inside, there's a lamp with like a light bulb, and that's sort of getting the light source. And then the movement is coming from these two motors on top that are connected to an Arduino, and that's running on a cycle that's pulling this fishing wire up to create that movement there. And so it's sort of supposed to be like a sort of meditative, calming, adding movement to light. And so, yeah.
That's a good project. What kind of technique or software do you guys use for this project?
Yeah, it was a lot of honestly like hand drafting. So there was a lot of sketching that was being done, especially for like the paper and stuff. I think the Arduino that was written in like C or whatever. I didn't do that, but Arduino is like probably the most techy part with the stepper motors, and then the wood frames was laser cut, and that was I think was an Illustrator.
Since you mentioned this is a group project, would you love to tell us who is your roommate? Oh, I'm sorry, who is your teammate?
Yeah, so Christoph, I'm an IDM major. Christoph, he was IMA. Yuming, also IMA, and then Isabella, also IMA, and we all worked together on this. Christoph was like, it was his idea, his sort of concept. The way like the class worked is that everyone had like a midterm concept, and then people voted on the favorite ones, so his was selected.
Thank you so much for introducing us to your project. Can we find where can we find you guys online?
Online, I mean, my Instagram, Liam Sang, TSANG. I'm not sure about them, but you could probably find them on the IMA website.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Hi, can you tell us your name, program, and year, please?
My name is Xiao. I'm a second-year student. I'm ITP. Yeah.
Tell us about your project here.
This is my project. Actually, it's my thesis project. I'll wait for you downstairs. It consists of 4 controllers that you can control the virtual world here. I won't tell what are these functions before the player coming and play. The point is to let themselves to figure out what are these are and to have fun and play with their friends. Yeah. And also, I won't tell them what it is because I want them to kind of imagine what they could be, like children imagine a saucepan as a UFO. Like a car. It's designed for adults to be going back to their childhood memory. Yeah.
I see that symbolism come through the mat here too as well. That's a great design choice.
Thank you. Yeah, this also goes with the color of the controller to give them a childhood vibe. Yeah.
Can you demonstrate the controllers for us?
Yeah, for this one, this is actually a DV camera. If you look at the screen, you can control it, rotating it to see what's around you. Right now, there are lots of bushes because the other player is holding a timer. As the time goes by, there gonna be lots of stuff growing out of the place, like bushes or trees, and you can also use the DV to zoom in and out.
Wow.
Yeah, like if you're interested in balloons, you can take a closer look at them. And she's also shaking this little shaking object. If you shake it, you can see the ball in the distance start to glow. And there are also other stuff, but you have to use the camera to find it. You can see I'm a little awkward holding these two and controlling together because it's meant to be played with like more than one player. But there will be lots of interesting stuff in the virtual world. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it does seem like this is a very playful and communal experience and nostalgic one, given the visuals on the screen as well. Congrats on finishing your thesis. Is there anywhere we can find more of your work or more about your project online?
You can find my portfolio on xiaotan.me. It's my portfolio website. And also my Instagram is real xiao. You can also find me there. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
Hi, what's your name and the title of your project and where are you?
Hi, I'm Isabel Rican, and this is Let's Build a Fort, my thesis project.
And would you like to tell us a little bit more about your project?
Yeah, this was sort of a manifestation of dealing with my stress of moving into adulthood and coping with those feelings, and sort of a practice in this in keeping play and imagination alive in my adult life as I sort of transition. So it's just sort of just like allowing myself to play and have fun and sort of going off of the forts I would build when I was younger, and just playing and allowing myself the freedom during this stressful time. So that was kind of, this is what came out of it. Yeah.
Would you love to show us how to interact with your project?
Sure. I mean, I imagine just sort of people walking in and meditating in the space. So you're welcome to just walk in, sit in the space, or just peek your head in too. Either one. Yeah.
Where did
they're doing?
Yeah. Where do you get your inspiration from?
A lot of my inspiration, I would say, is from my childhood and nostalgia, and then a lot of like analog crafts I did growing up. And yeah, I think right now it's like a lot of nostalgic memories, and then also how to combine this like analog materials with the digital sort of mediums that I work with now.
What kind of techniques and software you use for this project?
This project, like as far as the mechanics, it's pretty simple. It was just a motor and programming it with an Arduino, but that was annoyingly hard for me. And then everything else was just sort of handmade. So it was kind of diving back into like my craftsy roots and like a lot of sewing and paper crafts and simple things in that way. Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for introducing your project. And would you love to tell us your personal website or social media so we can find you?
Sure. Yeah. My website is Isabel, ISABELLE RIEKEN.com, IsabelRican.com.
That's it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Which I guess is kind of the point.
Yeah. Okay, now we're good. Could you tell us your name, program, and year, please?
Hi, my name is Teresa Wang. I am in ITP and I will graduate in 2024.
Great. Tell us about your project right here.
So Alter is an experiment in duration, containment, and care. The center breath is positioned in between two sharp teeth, and above it are molds of clay, of porcelain clay, that when they dry, they'll fall and hit the bottom. Once it does that, there'll be a sensor that tells the breath to stop, and then you have to go and reset it again.
Do you have an estimate of when the clay will start drying enough to fall off?
It should dry within 24 hours, but I don't want to reset it, so I hope that they will not. I might put fresh pieces up for tomorrow's show.
Yeah, you're right about this being very durational, and it seems like within the perfect time frame of the show as well.
Yeah.
Was there any class that you took at ITP that inspired you or helped you make this project?
I did 50 days of corner objects for 50 days of making. So I built a lot of these during that time. And then intangible interactions with Yesol also helped, because she gave us a reading about building time into your works and kind of expanding them.
Beautiful. Tell us about, sorry, I'm getting some mixed signals. Can you tell us about the process of planning out this project?
So I took something that I already had, which was the center and the two teeth. And then I didn't know where I would be in the show. So it was really almost like another corner object, and just spending the 2 days that I had to set up to really build something sculptural out of it. I've never seen this piece really like this until now. So it was just kind of, some parts were planned, but some parts of it were really specific to this corner and like this space that they gave me. So.
Well, it turned out great, and I love the sunlight coming in the back as well. Is there anywhere online where you can find more of your work or just see more about this project?
I will put this project up on my Instagram eventually, so I have that. Chi Chi Rathwang with QI in the front, and then a website is coming.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, what's your name, the title of your project, and where are you?
Hi, my name is Long, and the title of our project is called Posting the Happy Hour. I am a first year ITP.
Okay, would you like to introduce us about your project?
Yeah, definitely. So this project is about, it's for the elderly in China who actually do square dancing. It's quite famous in China right now. Like, they do square dancing after their dinner time, and then so they hang out together and dance together. So we made me and my partner, we made a set of speakers. So the speakers are actually synchronizing the music together. So whatever, you can bring them to different location, and then so people will be able to dance together simultaneously. The idea is that to let more people enjoy music while the speakers are being synchronized. And then we chose acrylic as the material, and the other one is concrete. So this brings people the longevity and durability of the material, so they can use it for longer. And then as the concrete ages, it's gonna develop some different, a very unique pattern. So it's gonna stay with the user. Yeah, that's basically our project.
And what kind of technology you use for this project?
So each speaker has a phone underneath, and then that's why we're using these buttons are controlling the phone, and then that's why we're having this in metal, because they are conductive. In this assignment, we're asked to use some old phone to reuse them, basically just try to bring them new life.
Okay, thank you so much for introducing us your project. And what's your social account?
We have the QR code here. My social account is Isco Didi, and my partner is Koi Fu.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I gotta like jump up and down and get used to it and like whatever.
Okay, hi Shiva. Can you tell the viewers your name, program, and year, please?
Hi, my name is Shiva. I'm an IMA fourth year or senior, and my major is interactive media arts.
Terrific. Can you tell us about your project here?
So I have made a modular keyboard that's connected with magnets. Let's say you have like your laptop keyboard and you want to try something different. You can start off with like a little base thing, and then you can like stick on another keyboard on there. And like maybe you're left-handed and you want to stick the arrow keys on the left. And maybe you just want to put the numpad out of the way. Whatever you want. Whatever you want to put anywhere it's just like play around with your layout. Play around with your keyboard and your desk and just check it out. And I have a bunch of other keyboards for like seeing what keyboard you like. Do you like one that's really heavy and tactile? Do you want one that's really light? Do you want really like one that's really clicky and annoy all your roommates and neighbors? My favorite one is this one personally because I like purple, but explore your options and just type because we all use keyboards every day. Bless you.
Thank you. What kind of user testing have you done with this product?
I just gave it to a bunch of people and I was just like, make something out of it. And all they did was just take the magnets and just like connect it together in really weird ways. Like they'll put it sideways. I'm like, well, I guess it works with magnets because that's how magnets work. But, and what they would do is instead of like typing sentences, they just do this. They just smash the keys. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess that's how you type at home, but I thought people type when they're at work or something. So it's really just like people playing with the magnets and seeing what they can do, stacking it up as tall as they can, as long as they can, doing whatever they want with it. It's just like, again, explore your options, invest in your tools.
Yeah, it seems like you've had pretty playful reactions so far.
Yeah, I had like this extra module here for like, do whatever you want. It's like a wild card, like the Joker. And I thought I would make it like a cup holder, or like whatever you want. And people just use it for like their cups. And that's like, well, like you can use it for like your notebook or your wallet. I don't know, but I got to play around with this. And I'm hoping
That's pretty
that
funny.
when we're testing, people figure it out.
Yes, I hope so too. Thanks for walking us through your capstone project. Is there anywhere we can find more of your work or more of you online?
My work can be found at https://shivav.space.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. And congrats.
Hi, what's your name, the title of your project, and where are you?
Hello, my name is Ziwei. My project is Free Landscape. It's a land sculpture, and I collected the data from soil about this size. And the soil data is capacitive, so it reflects a lot of things at that time, like moisture, temperature, salinity, and human activities. Like even the soil spots near each other are moving differently, so they all have different data and they are reflecting different inner activities. So basically, the soil, it feel like static, is having a lot of individual inner activities. I'm using this sculpture to reflect this, like to embody the inner activities to make you see it.
Okay, wow.
It's a fluid new landscape.
What kind of software and technology do you use for this project?
I used the capacitive moisture sensor to collect the data, and I prototyped the motion MP5 with the physical engine to make it like has gravity, and then I just use stepper motor to change the height of this.
How long does it take for you to making this project?
About 2 months.
Wow, so it's a period. And also, would you like to share us what's your inspiration?
I was trying to detect the life signals in things you do not feel like it's living, So I tried different like form of lives like plants, soil, and like myself. And then I found soil. You feel like it's not living, but actually it is.
Okay, thank you for introducing us to your project. Where can we find you online?
You can find me on Instagram, DIWEIJI.
Thank you.
Scan this QR code and send me a recipe.
They're going live now. Okay, hello. Could you tell the viewers your name, program, and years, please?
I'm Manan. I'm the first year ITP student. What else did you ask?
That was it. That was perfect. Tell us about your project.
This is a very fun project. It was for a class called R&D Studio with old phones. We try to use old phones to make something new out of it. It's kind of painful to use old phones. We kind of take it for granted, the luxury of making things with new phones and newer devices. But when you try to take old device and make something out of it, you really have to like find creative ways. We ended up making a recipe archiving device that sort of sits in your kitchen. The idea is your friends and family can email you recipes and it will like show you here what they emailed over time. And whenever you're ready to cook, you can just pick what recipe you want to cook and it will just print it for you. It also reads it out for you, but because of the noise, we didn't really leave the audio on. Let's pick something here. It's just random things that people sent. There is like a recipe for stinky cheese by Priyanka. So I'm gonna see if it's, so it's printing right now. It's very basic. It says buy cheese, make sure stinky, plate and enjoy. So only has 3 steps. And we just printed it for us.
Are there any sentimental recipes in there?
There is one sentimental recipe from my grandma in there. It was kind of the reason we sort of settled for this application is my teammate Anway. He's also like a first-generation immigrant, and one of the ways we stay connected is food. And we oftentimes talk with family, and my grandma oftentimes reads me recipes, so I have to type it in on her behalf. But the idea would be we would make it as simple as like them maybe sending a WhatsApp or like a voice message, and it would like store it in there. But yeah, I have a recipe for my grandma in here.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Sounds like the perfect project for both of you.
Yes.
Is there anywhere online we can find more of your work?
So our Instagram probably. Mine is Mr. 3 Gandhi, and Anway's is Who is Anway Anyway. You can just look up the show site and it'll be on there.
Cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
We'll see you later.
Bye.
Hi, what's your name, the title of your project, and where are you?
Hi, I'm Peter. The project name is Cabinet of Sensory Delights. And essentially, I just wanted to make a little cabinet that engages all 5 of your senses. And it's meant to be like this kind of zen, relaxing piece to have on your desk. And yeah, what was the other question?
Would you love to show us how to interact with your project?
Yeah, so you can pull any of these 3 drawers that are sticking out. So, for instance, this will play a different track, and it also changes the light. And then if you pull this one, there's actually smoke coming out, or just water vapor. And then here we got some popcorn that are supposed to be vibrating, which I think they are. And then if you open all of them, you get a different set of lights. So
That's lovely. What kind of technique do you use for this project?
I just used a nano IoT microcontroller, and then this I just purchased, and everything else just done in the woodshop. So
Okay, thank you so much for introducing us your project. Would you love to tell us your social account?
my social account, yeah, my Instagram is Hungry Pete with an O.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hi. Can you tell us your name, program, and year, please?
Hi, I'm Priyanka. I'm a first year ITP student. And this is my project, Lungs. It's a pneumatic sculpture. And currently the lungs are breathing. It's a little subtle. But basically this Arduino communicates with the internet and grabs the current air quality data from my hometown in Arizona. And so based on the air quality, the lungs breathe at different rates, and also the heartbeat color updates. So this is orange, which is 4 out of 5 air quality, which is pretty bad. So these lungs were breathing pretty quickly.
Have you tested this project in different settings with different air quality levels?
I have not tested this in different settings. This is actually specific to a personal experience of mine. This is based off of, inspired by my mom. And so she had a chronic cough for a couple years, and she lives in Arizona. And it's just really important to recognize that what we put out into the earth will eventually come back to us and affect us. So.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a very straightforward metaphor / representation of the experience. Could you tell us if there's anywhere online we can find more about your project or more of your work?
Yeah, I do have a portfolio website. It's my full name, so priyankamakin.com, and I have a blog where I detail the full process on how I built this sculpture.
Super. Thanks, Priyanka.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hi, what's your name, the title of your project, and what's your program?
All right. Hello, I'm David, and this is Little Ambience. It's a series of speculative household electronics that simulate the presence of others without video calls.
Would you love to tell us more about your project?
Absolutely. So the series contains 2 different things. The first one is the light. It's a tabletop light that's supposed to simulate the sky of somewhere else that you feel connected to. And right now it's running a simulation of a sunset and sunrise. The other part is a pair of humidifiers. They will activate when both of them sense the motions of the person, meaning that if, and they are placed in 2 different homes. So this means that if you smell something from the humidifiers, then you also know that the other person's also at their home. So yeah.
Where do you get your inspiration from?
Well, the inspiration for this piece is from my grandma initially. Like when we moved to Arizona 8 years ago, and she would have the habits of turning on the TV all the time, and the TV would create this noise. It's like Taiwanese news, and it's like she didn't turn it off. It's 24/7 all days, and like for her, like I found it annoying at first, but then I realized that's how she connected to her roots, to how like we all connected to Taiwan, that where we came from. So there's a very subtle ambience noise that remind her of home, remind her of like the roots of that, and I wanted to capture that in household electronics and giving it very soft feelings that that we can connect without feeling like a very direct and video calls or hyper serial like a VR and AR. So yeah, that's the project.
Lovely. Thank you so much for introducing us your project. Where can we find you online?
Yeah, you can find me at www.davidyoung.work, or on my Instagram at DAV1DYANG.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can you tell us your name, program, and year, please?
Hi, my name is Suraj Bharti. I'm a second year ITP student. I'm about to graduate.
Congratulations, almost. Can you tell us about your project?
This is called Fabric of Time. It's my graduate thesis project at ITP, and it's based off of my family's heritage, handloom weaving, and also the question that I've been pursuing through my art practice, which is what are the traces people leave across time. And in this installation, participants are encouraged to weave a line on the loom in front of them, and by doing so, they leave a physical trace of themselves. And this act triggers a camera that captures their face and puts it on a display inside the cards. And that's the digital trace that is captured. So looking through the cards with the magnifying glasses, they can see all the people who came before them. And they do this through the cards because the cards are designs encoded and they live forever. And similarly, this piece lives forever only because of the people that come to this piece.
Have you shown this project to anyone in your family? And if so, how have they reacted to it?
I went with a draft during the winter break and I showed it to them and they were excited, but it didn't take this shape. And I just finished my thesis presentation a few days back and my family really enjoyed it. Yeah, they could get what I was trying to say because they know me from when I was little.
Thank you so much for walking us through this project. Could you let us know if there's anywhere online that we can find more of you or your work?
Most of my work is on my website. It's surajbharti.com, surajbarthy.com, and on my Instagram at surajbharti, same thing.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, what's your name and the title of your project?
My name is Mary Kate Skitka, and the title of the project is Pixel Lamp.
What year are you?
I'm a second year at ITP.
Would you love to introduce us a little bit about your project?
Yeah, sure. Pixel Lamp is kind of a homage to the digital pixel. It has a white backlight, and then it has various colored acrylic filters. It's a completely analog lamp, and it kind of enables the user or the person using the lamp to like play around with it. It's modular. You can swap out different pieces of filters for other ones. So I could swap out this piece for a green piece. And it's just a fun way to get your hands on light and make it something physical because it's a really great medium, I think. So.
What kind of technology you use for this project?
So it's actually an analog lamp, although we do have another iteration that we want to add where there's like some underlit light coming up, so it kind of lights up each piece more. But yeah, there's not any other technology than light happening here.
Where do you get your inspiration from?
Yeah, I think again, I think looking at how digital pixels in like LED screens are actually just like filters. They're physical filters that make the RGB color. So there's like an analog aspect to everything, even digital things. So maybe it's a reminder of that. And a lot of the other inspiration came from me taking light interactivity this semester with Tom Igo, and just being fascinated by kind of the interesting light complexities you can get when you put together physical filters and use like different types of acrylic and refraction, and just, yeah, it's really fun.
Thank you so much for introducing us your project, and would you love to tell us your social account?
Yeah, you can find me on Instagram. My Instagram is RGB__tears. I also wanted to mention I worked on this with Martha Jenkins.
Hi, can you tell us your name, program, and year, please?
Oh, my name's Selena. I'm a second year ITP student.
Great. This is your project?
Yes.
Can you tell us about it?
So the project is called Humans Are Like Plants, and then it's a series of fictional plants designed based on people's personalities. I'm trying to use this to raise awareness of people with different personality may emote and handle situation differently in nature, and then therefore by visualizing their personality in the form of plant, I'm hoping that we could accept and understand ourselves better, and also accept and understand ourselves.
Can you do a demonstration of the project?
You know, on this side. So basically, I built an immersive lab environment that people could sit down here and then can look at the documents and then interact with the plants. And they all have different situations since they are based on different people's personalities. Yeah. and you can just feel free to play with any of them. Also, there are more archive documents here for plants that doesn't have a physical presentation yet. So there are more. So basically, you can do whatever you want, explore. Yeah.
What types of personality traits are represented here?
So, for example, this one is representing a contradictory personality, which is a very open and exploring personality versus a very neurotic and introverted self. So, it like to explore the environment, but also is shy. So, it's trying to protect itself from the outside.
That's very endearing and very realistic. Is there anywhere online we can find more about this project or other works of yours?
You can go to my Instagram and you can find my website on my Instagram as well. Should I say? Yeah. It's Alina, AAA Liu.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Alina, and congrats on your thesis.
Thank you.
Hi, what's your name? What program are you in?
Hi, my name is Lan Queen, and I'm the first year student of ITP.
What's the title of your project?
It's named The Present Tide.
Would you like to introduce us about your project?
Well, actually, I want to make a table lamp, and it's a kind of installation to depicting the moon tide, the tides and moon phase to illustrate the moon's pulse on the menstrual cycle. So it's a kind of like a mental view of the menstruation. And technically, the display just got the request from the public API to get the real-time data about tide change near the New York the battery station and the real-time moon phase.
So how can we interact with your project?
Actually, it's no like the on-spot interaction. It's a kind of interaction between the remote data and my installation. So it's like you cannot play with it, but it's a kind of the decoration interaction live.
So what kind of software or technology do you use for this project?
Oh, actually, I made this lab for the connected devices class, so I use the APIs as my tag, I think. Yes, really like simple. I just use Arduino to get the remote data from the different server.
Do you get any feedback from other people?
Yes, I think most people think it's pretty, especially if I put it in a darker place. And that's the thing I want. I want to express something like the text information, but in a different forms rather than only the text. And I don't want to like depict this stuff super detailed. I want to make it to be more abstractive. So personally, I'm quite satisfied with this stuff. Yeah.
Thank you so much for introducing us your project. What's your social account?
Oh, my Instagram is the Fierceland, and please follow me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Can you tell us your name, program, and year, please?
Yes, my name is Elise Trushin. I'm from the NYU Shanghai campus, and I'm a senior currently, and I'm one of the group members on this project.
Lovely. Can you tell us more about this project we're standing in right now?
Of course. So basically it's called like what happens within the storm, and it's basically like a storm of different emotions. So each of the main clouds represents one of those emotions. So we have one that represents love, death, sadness, heartbreak, and also inner peace.
Mm-hmm. What was it like collaborating with other people on this project?
It was really interesting to see all of the different ideas that we had and how that came together, and also trying to communicate to each other, and then seeing the final product is great because we kind of see that come to fruition.
And is this ideally like a validation of different emotions that people can feel?
I wouldn't say it's a validation. It's more just as you go through life and you can experience these different things, it's just recognizing that they're there and you can accept them.
Lovely. Can you tell us more about the process of making this project?
Yeah, so it's a bit of a mixture of all the different materials that we use. Its base has an interior wood box. Then we use wire to wrap it, and then we had a lot of pillow stuffing to stuff within the wire, and then we put on LEDs underneath, and then there's strung beads underneath for the rain.
Awesome. It came out really well, and thank you for being the representative of the project today. Is there anywhere online we can find out more about this project or maybe your work?
I do have a page. I don't know actually the location of the page, but yeah, I mean, right now there's not anywhere specific for the project, but it's basically, yeah.
It's a live, here now, exclusive project.
Exactly, yes, live. Get her, come and see it now.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, good luck with the rest of your year.
Hi, what's your name, the title of your project, and which program are you in?
Hi, I'm Hong Ling from ITP second year, and this is my project landscape. Yeah, it's part of my thesis collection. The thing is basically an AR photo gallery experience. The photo has each own AR filter in the Snapchat. If you have it, you can scan the photo. It shows different things here, and the topic is kind of reflects on past 3 years pandemic happening. So yeah, it's welcome to try it.
So how many filters do you have so far?
So I have each one for in total I made 8, but now I kind of showing 7th here. So yeah, here has 7 different filters, and I do have the QR code here. Everyone can scan, but if you don't have Snapchat, you can use the iPad prepared here.
What kind of software or technology do you use for this project?
I use Cinema 4D to making the visual, and then I use the Snapchat, the Lens Studio, to create the AR filter with the photo with the compositing stuff I already made. Yes.
Oh, lovely. Do you have any other things to share with us?
Not really. Welcome to try. Yeah.
Thank you so much for introducing us your project. Would you like to share us your social account so we can follow you?
Yeah. You can follow my Instagram called VCAI Photo.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, hello. Jackson, can you tell the viewers your name, program, and year, please?
Hello, my name is Jackson Zidong Wang. I'm a first year ITP student, and this is the project Utopia, YOU Topia, and this is for the class Playful Communication and Serious Research.
I understand you had other collaborators working with you on this project.
Right. We have collaborator Quinny, who is now kindly showing this exhibition goer how the city model works, and Lily and Karina, as well as Bruce, who's not here with us today. But
only because he's not physically here.
Yes.
Okay. I can move on. Okay. Tell us about the process of coming up with the idea for this project and then bringing it to life.
Right. So for the class, everyone selects the research that's conducted within NYU's. So we chose this research by this professor John Jost, who did a children's interpretation on utopia society and what should be prioritized in an ideal society through the 17 UN Sustainable Goal of Development. And then we kind of extended to this, which is a interactive city scale. It's very playful, but also collects input from people to see what people think should be prioritized in ideal society.
Can you do a demonstration of the interaction?
Right. So if you come over here, there's a info board of the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We can then sit down to 6. So there are like wellness, justice, energy, infrastructure, nature, institution for community, and economic development. So you pick 2 area that you care about. For demonstration, I'm picking wellness and nature. But there's no wrong answer.
Okay, we're gonna do this real quick.
All right, so you get this 2 token, and you placed it into the scale, which didn't work. All right. So it will light up, and then there's some more information about the original research on here, and then this is wellness. Stuck. Yeah, but at the end of tomorrow, we'll collect the data point from this, and we'll project a data visualization to see which area people prioritize.
That sounds great. Is there anywhere online we can read more about this project?
Not at the moment. Oh, but you could read the research if you go on the NYU scholar pages.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks so much for walking us through, Jackson.
Hi, what's your name and the year are you?
I'm Nima, first year ITP.
I'm Orpheus, first year ITP.
What's the title of your project?
The project is called Circle, which is this light here with this futuristic looking light. We basically came up with the design. We were looking for inspiration online, and we thought circles and the patterns that they made looked really cool. We 3D printed these white circles, and also we came up with these gapped patterns to scatter light in a certain way. You can see the patterns that it makes here, and also the interaction that we wanted for this light was it implements a TinyML model, which is embedded into this Arduino Nano BLE. So the way you can turn this light off is if you do this gesture, and it will turn off. And if you do the other gestures, it will turn it on. So we basically trained our model using 500 inputs. And the goal was to just experiment with embedded AI, embedded machine learning models in everyday objects like in a light or yeah.
Thank you so much for introducing your project. Would you love to share us your social account?
Sure. My Instagram is @Nimans, which is NIMANNS. And
that's it. I don't have one.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Of course, yeah.
Hi. Hi. What is your name, program, and year?
So my program name is Samoon, and I'm second year ITP. And I'm Ali.
Cool. Tell us about your project.
Okay, so my project is actually a word clock. So it's a clock about time, colors, and emotions. And the ball you're gonna see here is the current New York time. And this is my hometown, Shenzhen. And this is the first city I've traveled with my best friend, Barcelona. And this is the city where I've seen the most beautiful purple sunset with my family, Los Angeles. So each ball represents the time of a current city and using the linear movement and color to tell the time. Yes.
Very nice. Was this inspired by your long distance friendship or just some kind of infatuation with the moon and the sun?
So actually this is inspired by my mom. Give me 1 second. Yeah. So this is inspired by the chat between me and my mom. So she always liked to ask me, is it daytime or nighttime in New York? Because she's in Shenzhen, where it has 12 hours difference with New York. So I'm thinking if I can design a clock that can use color and also the position of sound to tell the time better and faster, that will be really perfect for me and my mom to know about the time. And also I'm thinking time is not only functional, but also can be colorful and emotional. So that is what I want to explore through the design of Samoan.
It looks amazing. It looks wonderful. Where will it live after the show?
In New York, maybe, I think. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Is there anywhere online where you can find more about this project or about your other works?
Yes, so you can go to my website, which is jiaxinhuang.com. So here are more projects and more descriptions and details about Samoan.
Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, good luck.
Hi, what's your name and also what year are you?
Hello, my name is Martin Xiaotianzhang. I'm a first year student at ITP.
And would you love to introduce us your project?
Sure. So this is a project I made for the energy class. It's called the solar string. So ideally, it's going to be powered by solar by itself, but right now it's just on the computer. But it has like 3 strings, so you can slide from top to the bottom. Maybe I should turn it loud. So you can play these simultaneously. You can do higher pitch. Novel instrument. You can just play around and it's supposed to be fun. Yeah.
Where do you get your inspiration from?
Well, actually, we're gonna make something that's solar powered. So I was thinking maybe okay, so like electric guitar, you don't have to power them. But then, like, I want to use this cute little board. It's called the Daisy board, which I use to program all the DSP stuff. So it has like all the effects inside. It's like has a delay, has a reverb, it has like different sine wave, solid wave kind of stuff. Yeah. So just put all of these together, turns into this piece.
Hard for you to making this project?
I would say fabrication actually. So right now this is 3D printed, but if you look closer, this one is the first slide I did. It was CNC'd. It was failed because I did not line up the double-sided CNC. And this one's also CNC. It still failed because I missed a little bit. So I realized maybe I should just not do CNC instead. I should just 3D print the whole thing.
Thank you so much for introducing us to your project. What's your social account?
I don't have one for now, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Hi. Could you tell us your name, program, and year?
Sure. My name is Ginny, ITP second year, and that's it.
That's pretty much it. Tell us about your project here.
Yeah, so this is a video sculpture called Dear Harmony, which means grandma in Korean. This is a letter to my grandma. There are 4 scenes which depict shared and individual memories between us. And this is a form of me wanting to say things for my grandma. So yeah.
What was it like coming up with the idea for this project in the very initial stages?
So I wanted to find a way to kind of tell my grandma about how I felt in terms of my passions, my worries, my dreams, because I feel like there's a cultural and technological barrier, and oftentimes I was hesitant to share. So I was figuring out ways to see what I could do in terms of sharing that feeling, and I decided to land on a letter form in a video sculpture.
This looks really beautiful. What was it like making the cutouts for it?
So the cutouts were a little bit difficult to manage, but I mean, it wasn't too bad. I basically created them digitally, then made different iterations and settled on this version. Hopefully in the next iteration I can make maybe a wood version or a little bit sturdier.
Cool. Any reactions from Harmony yet?
No, not yet. I'm hoping to be able to share with her soon, next week when she comes to New York for graduation. But yeah, I'm excited to be able to share my project with her.
Lovely. This is very sentimental, and it came out very, very elegant. Is there anywhere online we can read more about this project or find your work?
Yep. So my Instagram is jnny.kg and website is jnny.kg.com. So yeah.
Great. Thank you. And congrats on the thesis. Yeah.
Hi. What's your name and the program are you in?
Hi, I'm Han. I'm an ITP and I'm a first year student. Yeah.
What's the title of your project?
It's called Clearing, and it's like adapted from a German concept about Lichtern, which is like an empty space that is like a phenomenological existence for our being in the world.
Yeah. Would you love to show us how to interact with your project?
Yeah, of course. So basically, there are like 2 computers set up, and it's tracking the facial positions of 2 users. And whenever the facial position of 2 users overlap, the image will like invert to a different color. And also on the phone, whenever you rotate the phone, it will like shows up different like random numbers from 0 to 86, which are like representations of human ages. And yeah.
Cool. What kind of software or technology do you use for this project?
Yeah, I'm basically using P5 Live Media for the live data transmission, and also I'm using PostNet, which is an ML5 machine learning model to track facial positions, and also I was using the mobile like gyrometers to track the orientation stuff.
Thank you so much for introducing us your project. And do you have any social account or website?
Yeah, I do. I have an Instagram, but no.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Probably we will stay here a little bit more. And would you want to have anything to share with ITP IMA community?
Yeah, I think ITP is and I didn't like go to IMA, but like for ITP is such a great project, like a program like that invite everybody. Like we always come back as a like I feel like it's more like a family that studies like technology and design. It's like bridging humanity and also like with technology and like future worlds all together in a kind of like very plural way that I really enjoy. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Hi. Could you tell us your name, program, and year, please?
Oh yeah, my name is Anvay. I'm an ITP student and I'm a first year student. Yeah. This project is called Engraving Egypt. It was for a class called Playful Communication of Serious Research. So we had to take a serious topic of research and then design a game-based exhibit around it. So as you can see, this is a two-part experience. This side is a physical game where you have to find the puzzle pieces from the sand and then complete the puzzle. And then there will be an animated projection on top of it. And this side is a digital game, which is like a tile matching game. So like usually when you see artworks on a big scale, you see them for like 10 or 15 seconds and then you move on and you don't actually pay attention to all the details inside the engravings. So with the tile matching game, it kind of forces you to remember all the details because you just see every image so many times. So yeah, that's the part of it. And once you complete it, it will show you the complete entire image. Okay, we can try this one. Oh, yeah. So this is the puzzle. The pieces will be hidden in the sand, and then once you complete it, there's an animation on top. But it does have light sensors around it, and with this light, I don't think it's detecting anything. So yeah.
Maybe we can turn the lights off. The camera.
Yeah. If you turn the lights off, it should work. Okay. I mean, this light does show that it's complete. Okay.
Do you want me to pick it up and put it back?
I can try that. Wait, give me 1 second. I'll try to fix it. But yeah, basically there's an animation which fills this up with light. So it should be, oh yeah, it's starting now. Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, I think, yeah, that light. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that looks amazing.
Thank you.
Where will this project live after the show?
The professor for this class works at the American Museum of Natural History. So they might have it as a temporary exhibit, but otherwise we'll probably keep the individual pieces of it, but the skeleton we'll just probably have to throw it away. Yeah.
Very impressive.
Thank you.
Is there anywhere online we can read more about this project?
Yes, so you can read more about the project and the research. It's actually published in the New York University Journal of Fine Arts. If you just search Engraving Egypt on Google and like NYU, it should show up.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
Great work on this, and congrats on finishing.
Thank you.
Hi, what's your name and what year are you?
My name is Eric. I'm first year ITP.
My name is Kai. I'm also first year in ITP.
What's the title of your project?
This project is called Your Hidden Archive.
Would you love to introducing us about your project?
Yeah, sure. So this project is based on the real research. It's talking about that our teeth can be our life archive because there are certain layers around our teeth, and based on the different condition, the density will be different. So by looking back into one's teeth slice, we can tell if there's any certain event or certain thing happen in one time.
Cool. Where did you guys get inspiration from?
So for this project, we collaborate with one NYU researcher who's a graduate PhD that did the entire paper about it, and we found it on NYU website. That's kind of inspired where we got this giant teeth.
What kind of software or technique do you guys use for this project?
So if you look up, there's one Kinect camera. That is used for the depth detection. So that's why when you put your hands on the surface, someone's memory will show up. And also for the other user interface, we are using JavaScript as the programming language, and also P5 for the people to draw on the iPad.
Thank you so much for introducing us your project. Would you like to share us your guys' social account?
Just follow me on Instagram, JHCHENG, Eric, ERIC.
Yeah, mine is ANKYCHENG, also on Instagram. Thanks.
Thank you.
On the break. Hi. Could you tell us your names and your program and year, please?
Hi, my name is Mega,
I'm Suraj.
and we're second-year ITP students who just graduated.
Congratulations. Could you tell us about your project?
This is called Odds. It's a video art portrait piece. It's about living in two places at once. At the top is the number 1 and the bottom is number 6. And there's a 3 faced towards you. The 1 is where we're currently focused and where it is right now, which is in New York City. The bottom is India. And it's just about how people can live in two places at once. And life here continues even when life in India continues, and how they can run in parallel.
Any notes on how the collaboration process went?
It's interesting because we've both lived in the similar cities our entire lives, but we've never met, and it took coming to New York for us to become best friends. So it was like it was a very fun collaboration process. So really it's like a personal narrative more than it being more of a functional or interactive piece. So it's like a little time capsule, and it feels fitting for end of ITP.
Yeah. Was this made for any specific class?
It was made for video sculptures with Gabe BC. And so this is a video portrait of our time at ITP and the past 2 years.
Okay, very lovely. Is there anywhere online we can find out more about this project or maybe of your work?
You can find my stuff at www.megag.com, MEGHAG.com.
And for you, a reminder?
surajbharti.com, surajbarthy.com.
Okay, perfect. Congrats again, and thank you.
Hi, what's your name and what year are you?
Hi, I'm Jess, and I'm a first year at ITP.
What's the title of your project?
So my project is called Reflect Sun.
Would you like to introduce us a little bit about your project?
Sure. So this is a projection mapping and LED mapping project. So the circle you see in the center is made up of 1,000 little individual LEDs, and they're diffused with acrylic. And then around it is a projection. And it's to show the appearance of the sun over the ocean at different times of day. And so currently it's cycling through like a sunrise, daytime, sunset, and then a moon. And also there's an interaction portion here where you can see you can input a latitude and longitude of any city in the world. And if you hit the submit button, it should change based on the time at that location.
What kind of technology do you use for this project?
So the controls are made with an Arduino Nano, and they're pulling information from a live database on the internet. And in the future, I'd like to use the weather data as well as like ocean data to influence the projection. And then we're using a projector and LEDs, and those are being mapped using the software MadMapper.
Also, do you receive any feedback from others?
Yeah, we've got a lot of suggestions for making the controls more interactive with like maybe a map. Um, and then also maybe having a version where we can sell it to people to have in their home to show the location of somewhere meaningful to them.
Thank you so much for introducing us your project. And where can we find you online?
So my Instagram is justmakes.jpg.
Okay, thank you. So guys, we are going to stop here and maybe we will come back in 20 minutes.
Thank you for staying with us for this long. We're going to take a break right now, but we'll be back in 20 minutes with even more projects. Thank you.
My name is Lily Crandall, and I'm a creative technologist and first-year student at ITP. The title of my project is Cosmic Catch and Dodge. This project began as a game for one of my classes for a midterm project, and instead of being controlled by a touchless controller, it was controlled by the arrow keys. So for my final project, I wanted to expand on that and expand on what kind of controller I could use for it, and I thought it'd be a fun challenge to make an entirely touchless controller for it. The goal of the game is to hit all of the blue circles while avoiding the red ones, and if you hit 3 red ones, the game is over and it automatically restarts. There are no words anywhere or any instructions on the game. It's meant to be a learning process of how you understand how the game works, and with each round you understand a little bit more about what hand movements control what kind of movement on the screen, and it's meant to be difficult but not too difficult that it's discouraging. The controller has 2 distance sensors, and the data from that is sent to a sketch in P5.js that runs the game. In making this game, I wanted to create a fun experience for someone to play on their own or with a group. One way that I'd like to expand on this project is create different modes or settings for people with different levels of mobility. You can find out more about me and this project on my website, crandall.com. That's CRANDULL.com.
My name is Julia Margaret Liu. I'm a second-year ITP student, and my project is called Input Devices. Input Devices is a large-scale kinetic mobile that is essentially a really elaborate counting machine that has a question and invites the audience or people or passersby to answer the question, and you take a little standoff and drop it into the bucket that you feel represents the answer that you most align with. When the vote is cast, there's a sound sensor on the bottom of the bucket that catches the vote, so it tells when you voted. If you scan the QR code also on the mobile, then it'll take you to a website that shows a question, and then it says the kind of status of how people have been voting. So I call this a very elaborate counting device because one way of counting votes or like understanding who has voted for what is to look into the bucket and count all the pieces of metal in the bucket. Like, very simple, right? So it's like a little silly and a little redundant to have this like high-tech Arduino Nano sending data over Wi-Fi just to tell you how many pieces of metal are in a bucket when you can just look in and count it. And I think that's a little humorous, and that's why I like this project. It's both high tech and low tech, and it does a lot with very little, and it does very little with a lot. I hope people will engage with this project and have a moment to themselves where they can think about a question. I try to write questions that are a little meaningful and a little like out of the ordinary, so to give people an opportunity to answer something or think about something that they wouldn't normally have thought about before. You can learn more about me and this project at juliaitp.net. That's JULIAITP.net.
Hi, I'm Ziye Zhang. I'm a first-year IDM student.
Hi, I'm Bian Xu, can call me Michelle, and I'm second-year ITP student. The title of our project is Play Me. It's our assignment for our wearable class, and we want to make some playful media on our clothes or some wearable game. There's a chess board game on the back, and one people can wear that, and his or her friends can just play the chess game on her or his back. For these clothes, we use a soft material to make the circuit, and we try to use more conductive fabric, not the electronic wire or something.
It is quite interesting because when we talk about the games, we always talk about the video games or the board games we played on tables or behind the screen. So, but we can combine them together and put them on our clothes and going everywhere, and people can play this game everywhere. So it is it's a really unique and interesting.
My website is michellexu.fan, michellexu.fun.
My website is ziyezhang.net, so it's ziyezhang.net, N-E-T.
Hi, I'm Adnan Aga.
I'm Shuangcai.
And this is the Absurd Tablecloth. It is a tablecloth that features 4 aprons built into the tablecloth. And so we would expect it to be set up on some sort of circular table where you have 4 people sitting down at the table and then placing the apron over themselves, and they are provided with a set of chopsticks as well as a handkerchief. The idea is that people will see this and kind of expand their vision on what a dining experience could be.
And especially all participants of the table will be wearing part of the tablecloth, where we're hoping that kind of interaction would increase the engagement of the participants in the dinner. If we were to develop this project further, we will definitely make the same set of tablecloth with apron attached for different number of people, or situate our project in different dining experience, such as a picnic blanket or a family dining experience. My Instagram is FK, I almost forgot, and my website can be found as shruang64.com, spells as SHUANG 64.com.
And mine is Adnan Aga, so ADNANAGA, and that's also my website, adnanaga.com. Thank you.
Have you ever wondered what it would be like to be connected through your heartbeat with someone across the country? Hi, my name is I.
And I'm Jason. This is Synchrony.
Synchrony is a way for people to connect to each other's hearts through the sense of touch.
Our hypothesis is that using haptics, the sense of touch, is what will create synchrony between two bodies. Does my heart rate and her heart rate start to sync up, particularly averages, over a week, over a month, over several months? You know, what happens when we constantly feel each other's heartbeat? The way the system works is that the Apple Watch will do a heart rate reading through a PPG sensor, and that heart rate gets sent up to the server, stored, and then sent down to iWatch through WebSockets.
And mine will go to the Apple Watch that Jason is wearing and do the same. After this initial phase of experimentation, then we can see if we can actually apply this sort of technology and interaction in more of a closed system, and stuff like, therapy, mental health, even games, and creating like a cooperative sort of situation. If you want to see more of our work, you can find us on Instagram. My handle is at AI_XIA_, and Jason's is Jason J. Snell.
Hi, my name's Alexa Tolentino, and I'm a creative technologist. My project is called Bluesies. It's a 3D rendered and printed art toy design that I made for my art toy design class. So my project began very simply. I started off as using aluminum foil to create a character, and that character was actually based by a local man in my neighborhood who's quite extraordinary, and he yells every morning, "Ayo!" And so Bluesies is this New York street character who has slides, his toes sticking out, and some Beats headphones. It's funny because I've always been a tactile person. I like hands-on stuff. I used to paint all these things, but it wasn't until I started working with clay, and then I never actually understood how to 3D render or use Blender, things like that. So the fact that I had the ability of using my hands, scanning using an application you could find on your phone, and then sending it to a 3D printer, and even like finding somebody to help you with that. It's that simple to do. And all the tools that are necessary are right in front of you. You just have to figure out what you want to accomplish with those tools and yeah, find people to help you with them. If I continue this project, my idea is to look at all these New York City people who I've known, who I've seen, the people you experience on the trains, the people who sit in the same seat every day in front of the building, and I want to memorialize them kind of by creating them in these kind of collective figures. As gentrification pushes people out of New York City, I think it's important to kind of keep these legacies. They are celebrities in their own regards if you're from the city. Yeah. You could find me at my website, which is www.alexsorcist.com, alexorcist.com.
Hi, welcome back from our break. As you can see, the floor has gotten quite crowded since we left. So our next project here.
Oh,
Hi. Could you tell us your name, program, and year, please?
Oh, hi. My name is Cass. I'm a senior IMA. This is my project, Composite Toxoplasma.
Tell us about your project a little more, please.
Okay, so it's a 5-channel installation, although you only see 3 here. It's a video experiment that talks about the inability to ascribe meanings to private realizations. And the storyline is about this neurotic girl. She's like perceiving, creating, and interpreting her own mental imageries, through which she wants to find her own existential meanings.
And how do the sculptures underneath the screens pair with the screens?
Yeah, so part of my film was generated by AI, and these pillars are corporalization of the virtual subject from the AI animations.
How did you get the inspiration for this work?
I start my poetry practice like last summer, and like I use my poetry sentence to generate AI image. And I consider these as kind of a very private imageries to myself, and I want to ascribe meanings to it. So I fabricate this story.
Do you consider the AI a co-author or co-artist in this project?
I think I'm myself is actively using AI, but at the same time, AI is like using its roots to penetrate inside of me. Like I'm actively using it, but it's also actively taking away something from me. So I wouldn't say it's a cooperation with AI, but it's like bi-directional takeaway. Yeah.
What have been some responses to your work so far?
Responses what?
Yeah, what have been some responses to your work so far?
It's disturbing, abstract. Yeah.
Are these the desired or intended reactions?
No, it's merely the manifestation of my thoughts in the work. I don't want to intentionally be aggressive towards my audience, because I wasn't really considering other perspective gazing. Yeah.
Great. Where will this work live after the show?
Where?
Yeah.
I'm gonna present it in Blank Gallery in mid-June. It's a pop-up show. It's on the June 16th and 17th.
Is that in New York?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. So maybe some people can go see it there if they're not able to make it to the show today or tomorrow. Is there anywhere online we can find more of your work?
Yeah, look up my Instagram, cass.yao, Y-A-O, CESS.YAO.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you so much for walking us through your project. Yeah. And congrats.
Thank you.
Hi, what's your name and what year are you?
I'm Efrat. I'm a first-year ITP student.
And what's your title of the project?
What's what?
The title of the project?
Eye box or box of eyes. Also optional. Eye box.
Would you love to introduce us a little bit about your project?
It's a project that deals with the way that we connect or not connect with our environment. Basically it's a kind of like a doll, but it's not a doll. It's more like an installation that moves around and changes its behavior while you're staring at it. So sometimes it looks at you, but sometimes it doesn't. It's meant to explore how we engage with the environment, what we consider the world around us, how we interact with it, how we perceive being watched. I feel like there's kind of a lack of connection between us and the natural world. So I try to make it so that it would be kind of a combination of a machine and an animal, to ask ourselves, what is the place of the nature and what is the place of these things in our lives. It seems like we're trying to make everything mechanic, so let's go all the way and do nature as mechanic as well.
Where do you get your inspiration from?
I've studied with Yasul Sal's class in tangible interaction. We discussed a lot about these topics. These are topics that I'm also interested in personal aspect. And also I feel like latest years and what's happening in the world is definitely something that evokes those questions in me, at least.
What kind of software or technology do you use for this project?
It's mostly illustrated, but I did a lot of electronic work and also did like 3D modeling and different kinds of fabrication and working with textile and yeah.
Were you a fuller developer your project?
Was I what?
Fuller developer your project after this show?
Yeah, I hope so, but if I have time.
And do you have any other things to share with us?
Do I what?
Do you have any other things to share with us?
No, I would love for people to explore it.
Thank you so much for sharing this project with us. Where can we find you online?
I have a website. It's Efrat, EFRAT, Levy, LEVY.me. And you can also contact me by mail. Yeah.
Thank you.
Email, actually.
Hello. Hello. Could you tell me your name, project, or program, and year, please?
Sure. My name's Vera. I'm a first-year ITP grad student, and this project is called Fuzzy Cube. It is a fuzzy cube.
Is it interactive?
It is. Basically, the idea of this project was to kind of explore the concept of touch starvation. So basically, I've worked with my partner Lily to design this cube that like kind of is like very furry and has like kind of an animal, like living being kind of quality to it. And basically, the interaction's super simple. So you can like pet it, and you can see that like there's like some like lighting effects that happen when you like touch it. And then if you touch it for a long time, it can basically charge up the cube, and then it's like kind of happy for a while to, you know, have like some kind of sensation of being touched. But then after a while, the light dims out, and then it's back to the original state where you can like just pet it and have like the small interactions.
Was this made for a particular class here?
Yes, this was made for intangible interaction, which is a little ironic because it's a very like touch heavy project. But I think the concept of touch starvation is like a very more intangible like idea to think about. So that was sort of my ideation through this project.
What was it like working with Lily as your project collaborator?
Working with Lily's great. I've known Lily for a really long time. We were friends in undergrad and we're here together now. And it was actually my first time working on a project with her, despite knowing her for so long. And I think we had some really good team synergy, some interesting similar ideas when it came to the idea of touch starvation.
Amazing. And do you think you or Lily will hang on to this project after the show?
Oh, I definitely want to keep this just as like a, you know, lighting piece for my house. It's like really cute and kind of, it's always something to spark conversation because it's like so fuzzy, but like there's like ways to like interact with it.
Yeah, it looks very cute and compact. Great work.
Thank you.
Any last thoughts on the process or how the people have been interacting with it on the floor?
So the idea was I've mostly actually left it alone just because I feel like it's very self-explanatory in terms of how to interact with it. So I don't think it necessarily needs instructions. You see something fuzzy, you want to touch it, and that's what people have been doing.
Nice. And that's mostly been how people interact with it.
Yep.
Cool. Great. Is there anywhere online we can find out more about your project or your other work?
Yeah, so I have a kind of portfolio Instagram account. It's called zhong.studio, ZHONG.studio.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and great work on this to you and Lily.
Hi, what's your name and where are you?
My name is Shanshan Bai, second year ITP, so I'm graduating.
And what's the title of your project?
Anita.
Do you love to introduce us a little bit about your project?
Yes, so I basically use machine learning image generate to combine humans look to flowers, and then like to create this creature called Anita to synthesize that or we only have such a short lifespan that each moment of our life need to be cherished.
Would you love to show us how to interact with your project?
Yeah, so here is a gallery that shows everyone's Anita here. So you can get a feeling that everyone is Anita, we're all the same. So if you go closer, it will zoom in, and if you move further, it will the ball will be smaller. And here you can generate your own Anita as what's your name?
Luna.
As you can see, Luna just created her own Anitas. Which one do you like?
I prefer the first one.
So what she can do is tap the first one, and then the first one gonna be added to the gallery, as well as she can scan this code and save her image to her phone.
That's a super beautiful image, and after I scan this code, my picture will upload to their screen here, right? Where do you get your inspiration from?
So my inspiration is really flowers, because my mom owned a flower shop since I was very young. That's how we made our living off flowers, and I just feel like flowers could be used in so many forms as a metaphor and stuff, and that's why I use flower to create those monster called Anita.
That's a beautiful story. And what kind of technology do you use for this project?
A lot. A lot. Which part do you mean? So for the app I use JavaScript, and for the image generative part I used Python in Colab, and use a model called Stable Diffusion. They're open source. They're awesome people, so that I can do image to image. And before I do Stable Diffusion models, I have to use StyleGAN 2. I have just used StyleGAN 2 to really establish the look of the monster. So I have database of countless flowers and database of countless human faces, and to really generate this monsters. So that I can fit that into Stable Diffusion. And for the gallery, I use Touch Designer. That's not so easy, but that's the easy part of my project.
Thank you so much for introducing us your project. And where can we find you online?
You can search for my Instagram handle BAISS and _.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
Could you tell us your name, program, and year, please?
So my name is Rocky. I'm a second year ITP student, just graduated. And this project, Baki, is my graduation thesis.
Tell us about Baki, please.
So it's a very simple experience. To experience it, you can simply call the number. And if the number doesn't go through, you can mark new contacts, call anytime. This is a live calling experience on for 24/7. It's deployed somewhere in the city lake, and when you call it, you'll be able to hear the ambient sound around you. And to see how it is, just see for yourself and dial the phone call.
This seems like a very involved process to get this Baki out.
Yeah, for sure. The development take the past 6 to 8 months. A lot of testing, trial and error. The idea initially was to put it in the ocean. I have to pivot to cellular transmission from satellite because of the cost, but to figure out how to make it waterproof and weatherproof was a lot of troubleshooting. But it's worth all the work because a lot of people have really like what they hear from calling it. Yeah.
So I take it that Baki is currently out there on the water right now.
Yes, Baki is currently in Prospect Park hidden. So I challenge you guys to find it, but just don't take it out of the water.
How long do you think it will last out there?
In my stress test, the longest time it can endure without sunlight is about 3.5 days. But with the weather like this, I'd say pretty much indefinitely, at least for the summer.
And how many other people were involved or helped you make this project?
I had a very long thank you list. I think there's somewhere between 30 to 50 people. Even excluding all those have helped me mentally throughout the process. So it's really a really collaborative work, even though it's a solo project. Yeah.
Could we call Baki right now?
Yeah, you can. Do you want to port the? Oh, yeah.
We could do a demonstration.
Okay.
It's not guaranteed that the audio will transfer very well, but if it picks up.
Yeah. So.
So that's Prospect Park live right now.
Yes, correct.
I can't wait to see how it sounds during all the different seasons.
Yeah, that's I don't yet know because this is when I finished the project last month. Yeah.
And how long do you think Baki will be out there on the charted waters?
My plan is to not ever retrieve it. So indefinitely. That's the current answer.
Cool. Did any class from ITP help you create or think of the idea for this project other than the requisite thesis class?
Yeah, so to begin with, Understanding Network, taught by Tom, has got me interested in a lot of transmission art. Basically art that has to happen across distance. I took time with Jeff, and also I personally talked to Jeff a lot about ideas that's related to time and energy, which is another class he taught. And so this project is pretty much relevant to all of that because it's connected, it's energy efficient while taking solar power into a very important account. And it's deployed indefinitely, which is a very long period of time. So those three is probably the most relevant, but a lot more, I'd say.
Baki is built to last.
Yeah, for sure. It's really, it endures everything.
Nice. Thank you for telling us about the process and everything behind this idea. Is there anywhere online where we can continue reading about it or maybe follow your other work?
Yeah, for sure. So the ITP thesis archive is going to have everyone's presentation up really soon. The link is in the QR code here, but I'm pretty sure with the Google search you can find it. My personal website is called rocky.design. Rocky spelled like R, but like Rocky. And yeah, check that out. Yeah, I'd say it's most of the work up there I've developed over the past 2 years in ITP.
Super. Okay. Thank you so much, and congratulations on completing this project and graduating.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi. Hi. What's your name and the title of your project?
Hi, my name is Vera. I'm a first-year grad student at ITP. I actually don't know how to pronounce the name of my project, but if you see right here, that's what it's called. And the reason it's called that is because when you wake up in the morning and your mind is still really like frazzled from just waking up, it's like the first couple of letters you type on the keyboard without thinking. So if you don't mind, I'm going to talk a little bit about my project. So the idea of this project is actually about how you feel when you just wake up, and then how hard it is to get out of bed, and that kind of paralysis that you feel when trying to make decisions, like to move on with your day. But once you get out of bed and you do some small tasks like clean up a little bit, organize some things, you start getting a little bit of momentum that helps you push you through your day. So this is like a projection mapped interactive experience to help like communicate that idea.
What kind of technology do you use for this project?
So this is a combination of a couple things. So it's using projection mapping, it's using WebGL to do the visualization, and then it's using Arduino to send serial data from sensors to the WebGL sketch.
Do you get any feedback from other people or your friends?
Yeah, so I think right now there's a little bit of like pacing issue with like the audio, so might have to revise some of the audio cues to like explain like what sort of task you should be doing at the moment.
If you are going to further develop your project, what are you going to do?
So actually the original idea was for this to be an entire room scale experience where you're sitting down on the actual furniture in the room and changing things, but because of the show we had to scale it down. But ideally I would really love to make this a full like complete room scale project.
Cool. Do you have any other things to share?
Just getting out of bed is hard and I think we all experience it.
Yeah, I do agree. And thank you so much for introducing us your project. Do you have any website or social media we can follow you?
Yeah, so I have a Instagram account that documents a lot of my work from ITP. It's called zong.studio, ZHONG.studio.
Thank you so much.
Not yet. Oh, okay, now.
Okay.
Okay, hello. Could you tell us your name, program, and year?
Yeah, I'm Len. I'm ITP first year. Yeah.
Tell us about your project.
Okay, so this project called Manufacture Landscape. So basically, it's just a collage of the real-time surveillance camera source. Yeah, so all of them are live now. Yeah.
Was this made for any specific class?
I took a class called Live. Yeah, because I choose this topic because feel like live. Normally we just prepare things for the live content, but like all the things here are live in all around the world. I feel that it's interesting to like collect all the stuff together and recreate the new landscape to like demo to the world. Yeah.
They look beautiful. How did you find the various places behind these little snippets? Because these are real places, right?
Yeah. Actually, there are some websites they have already collect different like the view around the world. So what I did is like I picked the part I like. I feel that I can cluster them together, and I also basically I choose more public space, but I also have some like more privacy, like the restaurant, so you can see the people do different things or like in different situations. Yeah.
Are these currently live right now?
Yeah, they're live now. Yeah, and also I have like a document which show the video in the quick pace rather than like everything happen like in a slow real time timeline. Yeah.
Do you plan on building this work out more in the future after the show?
Sure, I get some really great feedback. Yeah, so somebody talking about they looks good but they will want to have some hint when they get to the place and they know, oh, this is surveillance camera, rather than like tell them by my words or by the text on that board. Yeah.
Could you tell us one place that is featured in here? Like what the location or the name of the place?
Like the bridge here is in Japan, and like this area, some is in Italy, and because of the time zone difference, so some is in night and some is like pretty bright night right now. Yeah.
Nice. Congrats on making this project. It looks really lovely. Do you think that do you think you'll make like print versions of it, or is it meant to be digitally native?
Personally, I like the digital version more because like you can see what actually happened right now. Yeah, but I think printed out would be good. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you took a snapshot of it now, it would be like a timestamp of this very moment, that place, and time, or all of these places at this very time.
Okay, I think I'll try it.
I don't know, just
I would love to have
yeah.
one. Yeah, I would love to have one like small thing and document different time how it looks like. Yeah, it would be interesting. Mm.
Is there anywhere online we can find this project or any other of your work?
I have a personal website and link is yicunlan.com, yicunlan.com.
Cool, thank you, Lan.
Thank you.
Yeah, and congrats.
Hi, what's your name and where are you?
Hi, my name is Ju, and I'm a IMA senior.
What's the title of your project?
It's safe space in quotation mark.
So why there's a quotation mark?
Oh, because I wanted to express that even though the setting is in someone's bedroom, it's supposed to be a safe space for most people, but because of the unpredictable memory changing of this character, it's not a safe space for them.
Would you like to introduce a little bit more about your project?
Oh yeah, this is a personal story about me dealing with unpredictable memory changing and how that can lead to my anxiety. So with the controller, you can press buttons and the joystick to change the object's memory. Because for me, I think the memory of the objects are the things that is carrying the meaning. So sometimes I experience a sudden attack of messing up my own memory, and that leads to me doubting my own reality. So if you hold down the button for longer, you'll start to lose control of the memory itself. And if multiple buttons are held down, the character will start to get panic attack.
What kind of technique you use for this project?
Oh, I use projection mapping along with the touch designer. I drew the animation and the assets myself in Procreate, and I used the controller input to control what video to play.
And was this the hardest part for you to make your project?
The hardest part, I think, is to learn projection mapping and touch designer from the start because I was very new to it, and it just took a lot of time to refine the details.
Also, do you get any feedback from friends or other people?
Yeah, I got a lot of feedback. Surprisingly, most of them said it was cute. And then later on, if they're willing to explore with the topic and my project, they'll gradually realize that it's something about anxiety and something very personal.
And also, do you have any other things to share with us?
Oh, yeah, I'm just very thankful for IMA Capstone and whoever helped with my project. And I'm really excited that it turns out like this. And yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for introducing us the project. And where can we find you online?
You mean my contact info? You can find my Instagram, JUNE, lower dash line, SHI1122.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. So it's June Shi 1122. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Now, like you guys can look at the space here, and we have many other projects, but haven't been introducing, and so yeah, stay tuned, and you guys can see.
Does it interfere with the demo if we're in the background?
No,
Okay.
but it's nice to not have many faces in the camera. Otherwise,
Should I stay down here? Then can you crouch for the interview with me? Okay. When I say hi and what's your name, that's when we're live.
Okay,
so
cool.
Until then, we're just waiting. Hi.
Hello.
Could you tell us your name, program, and year, please?
Yeah, my name is Pedro. I am a second year ITP, and this is Breath Cycle.
Awesome. It seems like we've got a demo going on right now.
Yeah, so as live as it gets.
Could you tell us more about the project?
Yeah. So Breath Cycle basically creates a portrait of your breathing. The idea here is to celebrate every type of breath, and we use a webcam to detect very small movement in the torso, and then we translate that into some graphics and sound.
What got you interested in the breath as a subject?
So my mother just told me today that I started doing breathing exercises when I was around 4. I was doing speech therapy, and ever since then I was very interested in the impact that breathing can have on the body, and more interested about how to facilitate non-judgmental breathing. That's how I got to Breath Cycle.
Do you find that digital tools help one feel more mindful about the breath in general, or can they hinder it?
It's an interesting exchange because I think digital tools do have some sense of objectivity to them. So I think that when you see your breath on the screen, it's personally a little bit relieving. Like I don't have to think if I'm doing it right or wrong. I can just kind of like see how it's going over time, and I think that's an interesting space to explore. I wonder how did she feel?
It was pretty accurate. Like, it's really intriguing how this is really accurate. Also, like, the one interesting thing is, like, if my breath is, like, longer the next cycle, like, it, like, kind of neutralizes the cycle before that. Like, it's, like, as it's shown on the last cycle. Like, I breathe, like, pretty, like, small amount, like, in that, like, blue area, and I breathe, like, a long. So, like, I think it, like, also, like, can, like, show how, like, maybe it could be, like, even an interpreter of the emotions, like, through the breath. So it's, like, really cool. Great job.
Nice, thank you.
Could you tell us more about the technology you use to make this?
Absolutely. So we are using ML5 face mesh to first detect the face. We calculate the torso area, and then we run it through OpenCV's dense optical flow algorithm, and we try to look for very small fluctuations in the torso. I want to release this as a P5 library, so maybe if the Processing Foundation gives me the fellowship, we'll have a P5 mindfulness package soon.
Yeah, I wish you luck on that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Has there been any other feedback that you've gotten on this project?
Yeah, some. I think it's a range of things. Some people mention feeling self-aware about seeing their breath in the screen. Some people get excited about the idea of um, having this type of mindful relationship to breath-mediated technology. Some people think it's not needed, that we should just be able to sit still by ourselves.
It seems like a tool that is has evolved for the times, though, or digital times.
I would hope. I think that having something outside that's connected to our interior might be a good way to relearn to tune into ourselves, hopefully.
Yeah. Where will you take this project next after the show?
Yeah, it's available in the web. So if you go to PEUSODRE at github.io/bref cycle, you can give it a try. So I'll see how people feel about it and try to take it from there.
Okay, cool. We'll send our viewers to test it out.
Nice.
Thank you so much in the meantime.
Thanks for a great.
Hi, what's your name and your program?
It's like this piece. It's a fabric guitar, and it's designed for the aging people and children. Hope they can play together because the aging people sometimes they're afraid of high tech products, and I use the fabric. Hope it can be. I weave the circuits into the fabric. I hope it can be accessible to the aging people and children. And it's welcome to my performance.
Wow, that's lovely. And what kind of technology do you guys use for this project?
It's like the electronic textile. Because I hope it's all soft and then it will be accessible to the aging people. So I weave all the circuits into the fabric. It uses conductive thread, conductive fabric, and also conductive yarn here. Yeah.
And I noticed there are several colors that is really vibrant. Why do you pick this color?
I want to mainly use the green and orange because I feel like it's like the kindergarten's color. I hope it can make the children love that.
And also, do you have any target audience or like and do you want to tell us more about the people you design for?
Oh yeah, I designed for the East Asians intergenerational families because intergenerational families are very popular phenomenon in East Asian countries, and lots of grandchildren lived with their grandmother. I think uh, because lots of high-tech products are not designed for the aging people and for those children who live with their grandmother or grandparents, their lack of the touch of high-tech knowledge. So I want to make some software engineer things, make all the high technology accessible to aging people and children, and also this kind of intergenerational families.
Good. And how long does it take for you to make this project?
Um, in the beginning, for my thesis, I want to design for the intergenerational families, but I don't know how. I try different technology. I also try some VR, AR, XR one, but I feel like it's not easy for them to use. And I also explore lots of materials like include biomaterial, also glass, and I also made some beads, also some knitting thing. And finally, I feel like weaving the fabric is a very East Asian grandma thing.
And also, I saw there's some video here. Would you like to tell us a little bit about this?
For this video, because I hope it can introduce people how it works, and I also record my work process inside of the video, like how I weave the circles into the fabric detailing.
Okay, thank you so much for introducing us to your project. And where can we find you online?
Okay, my website is michelleXU.fab.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The major part of it.
Are you a master's student? Oh, okay. I'm an undergrad. Oh, I'm a.
Okay, right now I'm heading to a project, Lucky Talkie. Hi, would you mind us to interview you? Would you mind to tell?
This side or the other side?
Whenever like you are ready, we can start. Okay, what's your name?
Hi, my name is Julia.
And where are you?
I'm a second year about to graduate. Oh, someone's talking to me. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Who is that? Hi, Colo. It's okay, I fixed it. Thank you for breaking it. Are you still there? Is it busy over there? Say that again. Can you repeat what you said?
One more time.
Can you repeat what you said before?
Yeah, I said it. Just the project with the final jacket.
The project with the final jacket, that's so funny. All right, Cole, see you later.
See you.
Ciao, ciao.
Wow, that's a super cool telecommunication project. Would you love to share us the technique you use for this project?
My project is called Walkie and Talkie, and it's a part of my thesis series called Connectivity. And it's a mobile of a deconstructed walkie-talkie. And the overall inspiration was to talk about connectivity and like the visual and physical connection of pieces, but then also like the personal and social connection between people. So you can communicate with the other walkie-talkie, you just don't know where it is, and then you can talk. Other side of the hallway. So I've been sending people to the other side of the hallway to communicate with their friends. Wow. Everyone thinks it's really fun, and they really like the form factor of the project. People like and also, are you going to display this project somewhere else after Spring Show? I showed this project at NYC Resistor in April. NYC Resistor April, but I have no plans to show it elsewhere.
Are you to further develop this project later?
I'd like to do more actions on connectivity. I'd like to do more mobiles with more robust circuits. It's very hard, and I haven't figured out how to do it perfectly yet, but it will happen, I hope. Yeah.
Thank you so much for introducing your project, and where can we find you online?
You can find me on Instagram at Julia Margaret __. That's JuliaMargaret __.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Hi, okay, we're live now. Could you tell us your name, what program you're in, and year, please?
My name is Isabella Sayedi. I am a second year at IMA.
Cool. And what project do we have here?
Here we have the Froggy Licks. They are my barbershop quartet made out of puppets. Each of these little guys has their own frog-inspired name, except Jerry. Jerry's just Jerry. And each of them has a role to play in the song. So whenever the tab is pulled on any of them, they sing. Of course. They can- yeah. You might want to back up because they're light sensitive.
So should we turn the lights off if we want it to be?
Yeah, pretty much. Each of them has a little light sensor on the inside of their mouth, so whenever they open their mouth, they start singing. And each of them, has a different pitch. So, Jerry is our lead singer, Todd Paul is our tenor, John Coultoad is our bass, and Ranita O'Day is our soprano.
And what got you interested in the concept of a barbershop quartet?
To be entirely honest, I think it's kind of a consequence of the media I was consuming at the time. A lot of 1930s inspired music, comics, all sorts of things. And so I just genuinely was like, I want to make a puppet barbershop quartet. And every idea that came since then was just sort of a consequence of the previous idea.
What kinds of reactions have you gotten to your project so far?
Lots of smiles, which was entirely the goal. The way that I presented it was just sort of having the actual singing be a surprise, and people's faces light up every single time, and it's amazing.
Very cool. Was there any one class at IMA in particular that inspired you to make this?
No class in particular, but the class was the medium that actually allowed me to do this. It was designing interfaces for live performances. So this is a performance piece originally, and I turned it into an interactive piece for the sake of the show.
So normally you would be the one conducting the quartet.
Yeah, that's why I have the whole outfit. I would be behind sitting and people would be observing. It's a lot more fun for people to actually interact with it, and I feel like people are enjoying touching it and sort of like having the frogs sing. So it works out.
Very cool. Yeah, it looks like it did work out for you. Is there anywhere online we can see more of this project or any other works of yours?
Unfortunately, not yet. This is the first semester I've really gone out and started some really big projects that are more ambitious for me, but eventually I will.
Okay, we'll be on the lookout. Thank you so much.
Are you going to turn on the light? Okay. Hi, what's the name of you and also the title of your project?
My title of my project is QVB. SQ equals something I myself don't even remember. It's the base code of AURA, and AUR stand for like another even more complicated thing. But basically, it's like a strange technical full name of a bot. Yes.
Would you love to introduce us a little bit about your project?
Yeah, sure. So my project like that even though everybody says that AI is still our creative and stuff, but before AI was ever born, like in the popular media, like there's a lot of depiction of AI in the film, but they're all like really similar about like AI evil master conquering the world. So I somehow feel it's like not very interesting. I feel like if that's all the related stuff we get, we will restrain our thinking. So I have this very bold quote here. I say that we basically free AI from its stereotypical image, so we can like free our own mind. So we will not like cause like the real disaster in the film, and we should like be creative to explore the use of AI. So before we actually can, so because of that, I create the spot that was like it's like talks in emojis and speaks in oscillation, not trying to learn human, but just have its like own territory that's like currently resides there because it claims it's born from the nature and it's addressed.
Wow, that's super interesting. Would you like to show us how to interact with your project?
Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna quickly refresh. So I have this like very ugly black tent here. What does it do is that because it started to work when as long as it detects that you're here. So in order to do that, you actually need to like go inside. And so that you are like you see I'm here and it detects that I'm here and it's starting to like talk to me kind of in this way, but in like its own emoji way, it's kind of saying that I'm the bot. I do not speak in English nor any other languages. I only speak in emoji. I saw English. So if you want to type, you can just type here, and then you have to like press Fn to get the board, and then you can type to emoji and then talk with it. So after that, like there's this like sneaky button. So basically, this says that I'm a human. Like I'm talking to this bot. Why does this bot like talking in the human languages? But so if you click that, you will annoy the bot, and then bot will start to trash you. It says that as a human, you like you how why you're so arrogant that you think that me as non-human know human languages, and then it's starting to judge you based on like this how the human like the worst version of human society will judge you. It's just like it basically it's like a little bit ironic and fun and yeah.
Thank you so much for introducing your project. Would you like to share us your social account?
Yeah, my social account has nothing to do with my first and last name. It's SIERA at 2149. But my own portfolio is very simple. It's Amy AMYLIUSIYN.com. Not dot, just com.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Or I need to. Hi. Could you tell us your name, what program you're in, and also your year?
Yeah, so my name is Samay, and I'm currently a freshman at IMA.
Cool. Tell us about the project you have here.
Yeah, so I pretty much worked on a mobile application for NYU's transportation system, and it pretty much just tackles the safe ride option that we have access to, and also the shuttle timings. I think right now the way that the transportation system works is there's two different applications for both of them, and for the shuttles, the map is super confusing. So I pretty much came with a solution to that. I did some research, talked to a couple of students, did some testing, and these are just some of the final screens for my application. And it pretty much just integrates both the shuttles and the safe rides into one app.
Very nice. Tell us about the process of designing the user tests.
Yeah, so I kind of just talked to a lot of people in different schools. I came up with a survey or a questionnaire, and I sent it out to 20 NYU students. Got some ratings on the current apps that exist, and I also did some interviews, and I came up with a user persona on what someone's user story is, and also what their needs would be for a new mobile application for the transportation system. And then based on that, I began designing, took some inspiration from existing transportation apps and also the current NYU apps. And then I did another round of testing and questionnaires. And then after that, I pretty much just finalized and polished my current prototype and design.
Cool. What will you do with this project after the show?
Yeah, I think next steps going forward, I already have a working prototype in Figma where users are pretty much just able to walk through every task and just go through the functionality of it. So I think maybe getting a team of developers and sending off the design to them to make it working would probably be the next step. And then maybe even potentially pitching it to NYU, just because I feel like there's a lot that could be solved with the current transportation system. And I think my mobile application definitely covers that. So yeah, I think maybe collaborating with a few other developers would be the right approach to that.
Would you call this a product design project?
Yeah, I would say like a mixture of product design and UI UX design. Product design in the sense that it also tackles like a physical problem where even though there's an issue with the digital user experiences that we have, because it's hard to access the transportation system digitally, it also translates to like a physical problem because a lot of students just aren't using the physical transportation systems that we have. So yeah, I think it would probably lie in like a mixture of both of those topics.
Yeah, I hope to see this actioning somewhere.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Is there anywhere online we can find more of your work or more about this project?
Yeah, I have an Instagram page, design_THE1, and also my website, my first and last name.com.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, what's your name and where are you?
Hi, my name is Yushan and I'm first year ITP student.
What's the title of your project?
The title is called Percussive Exhaustion.
Would you like to introduce us a little bit about your project?
So the project is originally a live stream performance on the left, and it's about like our constantly diminishing attention spans and our ability to focus is becoming like less and less. We are harder and harder to focus. And in the performance, I just use the hammer to hit daily objects and in a circle, and it starts from really, really fast to like really, really slow. And they intended to evoke a sense of ritual and meditation. And then it evolved into an interactive website where the user will navigate their way through our fragmented life, where they can drag away the images to find their way out.
Would you like to share us the way to interact with your project?
Sure. So on the first page, you need to drag all the daily objects in your life to find the escape key to go to the next page.
I can hear you. What's the password?
And then on this page is a series of satisfaction videos that are intentionally slowed down to make the visitor feel really impatient and wants to speed up the videos. But when you hit on the speed up button, it doesn't really do anything. So people will feel really annoyed by the website. And then you hit the fast forward button to go to the next page. And on this page, it's just constantly loading and loading, and you can really escape the circle, and then you hit this. It goes back to the first page.
Okay, thank you so much for introducing your project. And where can we find you online?
My website is called yuxunqi.org. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Live.
Okay.
Hi. Could you tell us your name, what program you're in, and the year, please?
Hi, I'm Oliver. I'm first year, and here's my project, Keychain Access. Keychain Access. Do I do introduction? Okay, so Keychain Access is a digital archive of keychains, especially in an increasingly digital age that our keychains are going away, and there's like an avoidable obsolescence that are our keychains face. And I feel like there's something poetic and incredibly personal about the stories, audios, and visuals associated with this tangible and tactile objects. So I'm here with the camera, with a microphone, with a computer to document people's keychain and have people tell me about the stories behind their keychain. And we have some really cool keychains that are here. And these are my friends that are showing me their keychains. So far it's been very great, and I'm very excited to show everybody about this archive. Thank you.
Nice. How many keychains do you think you've scanned today?
I've scanned maybe 4 keychains today, and there were some incredible conversations. Actually, I've had 6. There was some incredible conversation. Met people that are very interested in this project, and they look forward to it, and I look forward to it as well. Yeah.
Cool. And do you have any idea what the archive will look like?
Yes, actually, if you turn your camera over here, that's gonna be what the keychain kind of looks like. There's a screenshot of the website. It's a browser-based project. So yeah.
And did you get, okay, getting a wrap up signal. Where can we find this keychain archive online if it is open to preview, or where can we find more of your work online?
It's not in public. It's not for public access just yet. But if you want to find more of my projects, go to yuanzichen.com, yuanzichen.com, or find me on IG at yuan.zichen. Thank you so much.
Cool, thank you. Best of luck scanning the rest.
Hi, what's your name? Where are you?
My name is Shaurya Seth, and I'm in ITP, graduating.
What's the title of your project?
My project is called Norm. It's a project by a foodie to foodies from all over the world. Kind of allowing foodies to dive deeper into the world of food and coming out of it with more ways to appreciate food than ever.
What's your inspiration from?
Well, as I said, I'm a foodie, and when I landed up in New York and I started living alone, I started feeding myself a lot of pizza, and that was just ruining my taste buds and also kind of making my shape go out of proportion. So I had to take the problem by the scruff of its neck, and I had to solve it. So I kind of made a knowledge base of all the dishes that I have been fortunate to experience on my travels and by living in New York City, and I put them uh, I kind of categorize them in steps to prepare, ingredients, nutritional value, as well as my user review and rating. And then I scrape the web of some 14,000 dishes, categorized in those many ways to kind of make you fall in love with food.
Would you love to share us how to interact with your project?
Well, yes. So the main actor of this project is called Primey, and Primey is a voice bot. It's a foodie, and also it kind of has a database of 14,000 dishes to kind of give you endless ways to endless matches of dishes.
Okay, since you mentioned that you are a foodie, what's your favorite pizza restaurant in New York?
Well, I have loved pizza, but now I don't like to eat pizza, so it's not the right question to ask me. This particular app wants you to steer away from pizza rather than eating pizza. But if you want to ask me which is my favorite meal, I would say it's a lovely lemony dish, which could be I love to add prawns to my lemony dish.
Okay, thank you so much for introducing us your project, and also, where can we find you online?
Well, I am yet to publish this project online, but I have my blog, and I'm gonna be. I don't have the right now the credentials to provide you, but yes, I will be giving you soon. And for this, there is this QR code, which is easily accessible, and you could.
Thank you.
Okay, we're live, so we can just talk about it. Okay. Yeah. Hi.
Hello?
Could you tell us your name, what program you're in, and the year, please?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Your name, what program you're in, and what year?
Hello, I'm Ijan. I'm a ITP second year student.
Tell us about the project that you have in the show this year.
My project is called Bonnie and the Oven. Here.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Do you mind if I? Oh.
Inside the room is a one-person experience. That's basically you have to enter the room and finish a baking process, and then there's a story behind the baking process.
Cool. How much time is there left in the current visitor's experience?
I think we'll probably take 1 to 2 minutes.
Okay, cool. So maybe if we hang out for a little longer, we can get a preview of the actual project inside. But
Okay.
in the meantime, could you tell us about maybe the initial stages of coming up with this project and what it was like for you?
I can't really hear you.
Sorry, can you tell me about the initial stages of this project and what the process was like?
So actually, this is my thesis project, and I started this project to think about. So this is a baking game, but the metaphor underlying this baking game is pregnancy. So it started from my own like self exploration, like thinking as a woman in 30s and anxiety towards pregnancy. So I start to build this project and try to bring some reflection and conversations to the public, and also a gift for myself, like seeing this also my families, my friends during the process. And yeah.
It seems like we can get a preview of the experience inside now. Do you want to show us around the inside?
Okay. So this project is, so you use this oven and everything will happen in the oven. You use the control panel, and the game is in the oven, but it takes 10 minutes, so I cannot show you that right now. But at the end, you open the oven, there's a letter, and these letters will reveal the stories behind the story, behind the baking process.
Do you think this project has had the intended effect in starting conversations?
Um, I'm not quite sure because it's a really sensitive topic, and I got a lot of good and bad feedback, and it's like, but it's definitely provoked some conversation, and that's what I want.
Yeah, then it sounds like it was pretty effective. And was it healing for you at all to make this?
I won't say it's healing. It's like I cried a lot during the process, and but it definitely, I feel I definitely achieved something that I want.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of positive feedback about people who have sat in for your project experience. So,
Thank you.
yeah, it does seem like it was worth the
The tears.
the tears and also the just the technological process as well, like reconfiguring this toaster oven, microwave oven.
Yeah, it's a toaster oven.
Cool. Is there anywhere online where we can find more about this project or more of your work?
You can find this project in my portfolio website. It's ijon.art, or I haven't posted on my Instagram, but I will post it on my Instagram, ijon.do something. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much and congrats.
Thank you.
Hi, what's your name and what year are you?
Hi, my name is Peter. I'm a sophomore at IMA.
What's the title of your project?
So the title of my project is Untitled.
Oh, interesting. And would you like to introduce us a little bit about your project?
Yeah, so my project is a installation that exposes a physical interface for a human to interact directly with a memory chip. And so the concept is to the computer, every story is the same, just bits of ones and zeros. We added black boxes and grid interfaces along with bits. My project is to do the opposite, to strip away those interfaces and directly expose the ones and zeros, the binary bits.
Is it interactive pieces? Would you love to show us how to interact with your project?
Yeah, so this is interactive. As you can see, there's some toggle switches and buttons. So the bottom 15 toggle switches represents the address of the memory. So by toggling these, I am selecting one specific item inside the memory. And these light strips here will show you the content of that item. Uh, and for these toggles here, these are the data toggle. So if I want to write something to one address in the memory, I'm gonna just set these toggles and press the button here.
Yeah. What's the material of this brand?
So the material, this is made out of wood, and these are just normal electronic components like toggle switches, LED, and the core here is just a memory chip.
So what's the technology behind your project?
So technology-wise, there's really nothing much. Is the electricity goes from the switch directly to the memory. There's no computer involved, no microcontroller. It's really just plain and simple data, I guess.
Okay, thank you so much for introducing us your project. And where can we find you online?
Well, maybe if you scan the QR code, I don't know, maybe you'll find me. I'm not sure. I did not prepare for my contact information, so you can also find me on the floor.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Could you let us know your name, what program you're in, and your year, please?
Of course. My name is Yvonne Zhang, and I'm in IMA, fourth year, just graduated. And this is my capstone project. Name is externalization.
Tell us more about externalization, please.
Of course. So externalization is a garment that focus on upper torso and spinal health. Here it is. I choose ergonomic design to put this in like an estrangement context so that people would focus more on the human relation and just how the spine moves. That's why it's called externalization. And there's also animation and videos by the side to help to explain this exiled bodies.
What got you interested in the spine?
That's a really good question. Honestly, what got me into this is how I personally have back pain, and then how so many of my friends has scoliosis. Like people were complaining about like how sitting in front of the desk has causing them to feel like not feeling well in their whole posture. And then that's how I first got into it. And then just like the obsession with like human anatomy also makes me really interested in just like creating this and also in fashion. The bone structure is made from mycelium, which is source of mushroom. The juxtaposition of like how people perceive bone as really sturdy and really just unfragile instead of how people perceive mushroom as like brittle and just really easy to break, but it's actually it's actually the opposite, like the otherwise. And if you feel it, it's really foam-like, and how they grow is really similar with muscles, and how mycelium grow is really similar. And actually, this is like a living piece because I haven't baked it yet, so it's technically living right now. So this living art sculpture, I hope it brings something to people's eyesight. I really welcome just how people perceive it with their own background.
What parts of it are alive?
So like this spinal chain that you see right here, this is made of mycelium. So it's fungus, and the white filament of it, it's called hyphae. So it's growing under like 20 degrees Celsius. And then if you don't bake it to make it like dead, I would say. If you spray water on it, it can always have some outgrowth on the outside to make something like this. It's like really white and kind of fluffy, and it's foam-like. I really hope you guys go touch it, but yeah.
Is there anywhere online we can read more about this piece or see other works of yours?
Definitely. You can go to my website or my Instagram. The handle is chopping sea clouds. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much, and congrats on completing your capstone.
Hi, what's your name and what year are you?
Hi, my name is Lily Crandall. My project is called Storied Blanket.
Would you love to introduce us a little bit about your project?
Yeah, so my project is a reference to the practices of event recording and storytelling through textiles. And so it's basically telling the story of the room that we're in right now by taking the sound levels of the room and then changing that into light that is shown in the blanket.
Is it an interactive piece?
Yeah, it is. So if there's a microphone in this ball of yarn, and so when you speak into the ball of yarn, the colors within the blanket change. So like the colors of the light change and the brightnesses change, all based on the real-time data get from the microphone in this blanket, in this ball of yarn.
What kind of technology do you use for this project?
So I'm using side glow fiber optic cables to get the light throughout the crocheted blanket. First I crochet the blanket itself and then weave these cables throughout it, and then there's an LED strip on the top that I connected all of the individual cables to, and then sent that data I'm getting from an Arduino that's in this ball of yarn, that is then getting the data there and then changing that into light.
I noticed there are different techniques you use to actually hide these patterns. So where do you get your inspiration on knowledge from?
Yeah, so I really like working with yarn and textiles, and I wanted to create something. I wanted to use a lot of texture in this piece to kind of diffuse the light and also just create kind of like a visually interesting piece. So that was my inspiration for making it all kind of different patterns and using different weaving patterns for the cables themselves.
And also, are you going to display this project like after the spring show somewhere else?
I might also just take the fiber cables out and just use it as a blanket in my apartment.
If you are going to fully develop your project, what are you going to do?
I would love to make it bigger and include more fiber optic cables. I'd love to see this really big on a wall and create more interesting visual output with the lights, maybe add just different kinds of colors or different patterns. But yeah, I just love to make it bigger.
Okay, thank you so much for introducing us to your project, and where can we find you online?
My Instagram and my website are both crandall.com. That's CRANDULL.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello,
What is your name and what program are you in and what year?
my name is Andy Kapendahl. I'm part of Interactive Media Arts and I'm a freshman.
Cool. Tell us about the project you have on the show.
Yeah, so this is Swipe. It's what it is. It's a faster and easier way to find songs that you enjoy. So what it is right now is it's a separate web app that connects to Spotify using their API. And you can either swipe left or swipe right on songs that you like or don't like. So if you swipe right, that means you like the song, and it'll get added to this playlist titled IMA Spring Show 2023. Right now, this playlist contains all the songs that people have liked within the show, and so it's cool. It's sort of like a cool collection of seeing like people's different music tastes, what sort of things they're listening to, what type of genres. I can show you the UI. Here's what it looks like. You can first of all select a category of what type of music you want to receive. So you can either choose trending, pop, Latin music, and there's a bunch more depending on like certain artists. I personally like Daniel Caesar. And then if I don't like the song, I'll swipe right. And then if I do like the song, I'll listen to it for a bit, and then I can swipe right. So yeah, that is Swipe.
Very cool. Does this utilize the built-in like function in Spotify?
Yeah, so the idea of it is if you press the heart, it's the same thing as pressing a heart within Spotify. But this specific demo version of Swipe sends the songs to the playlist.
Do you have plans to send this to Spotify?
That's the idea. Hopefully, Spotify has like a community tab where you can submit ideas of like features that they can add. So hopefully you'll see this in the near future and be able to use this on your own phone.
And what kind of feedback have you gotten from people who compare the swiping function to just like tapping the heart?
The swipe function versus tapping?
Yeah.
So one of the main reasons why we wanted to use the swipe functionality was how intuitive it is. Tapping can get a little bit redundant, and also it doesn't correlate to exactly whether or not you're liking the song or not liking the song. So having that swipe function of swipe left and swipe right is not only faster but also intuitive.
This makes sense. Was this made for any specific class?
Yeah, so this is for my critical experience class taught by SciX.
And how did you like learning from SciX?
Can you repeat the question?
How did you like learning from SciX as a instructor?
They were really fun. I think I was part of their first class, and so getting to know like their teaching style and also the way they navigate through like the curriculum, it was honestly probably the chillest environment that I got out of my first year IMA experience. So I really appreciate Sci and all the work that they've done.
Cool. And do you have plans to do more music-related projects in the future?
Yeah, so actually it's funny because my first semester project was also related to music. It's sort of been a theme, obviously with this. I hope to continue this because I really enjoy it. A big part of my upbringing was playing viola. So maybe this is why I'm so tied to music and why all my projects are around the idea. But yes, I do have plans.
It would be very cool to see a project involving the viola.
I, as of right now, don't have anything related to the idea of viola right now, but I could definitely implement it for like a performance or something.
Cool. And what classes are you looking forward to taking next semester?
It's funny you say that because next semester I'm actually traveling to NYU Paris. They don't hold any IMA classes, but I will be taking like mostly liberal arts.
Okay.
So I'm excited. It's a new place, new environment.
Yeah, I hope you enjoy it, and I hope it brings you some new perspectives on people and technology. Thank you for walking us through your project. Is there anywhere online where we can maybe interact with this or find other works of yours?
Yes. So right now, this lives under swipemusic.app. That's the domain. And then if you want to check out my other work, you can either check andycavendal.com or on Instagram, andycavendal.design.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you.
Yeah.
My name is Leah. I'm a multidisciplinary artist here at ITP NYU. My focus here is in fabrication and interactivity, and the project that I'm showing you today is called What I Can Remember. This is actually a photograph of myself and my grandmother that I only recently got a hold of. So I'd actually never made any work about myself or my family before. This was entirely new. It's very personal. It's very kind of scary to put myself out there, but it also felt like a kind of honoring of her that I hadn't yet done and that I really both wanted and needed to do. This project doesn't differ that much from a picture in a picture frame hanging on your wall. The difference is that there is handwriting and drawings that are projected onto the back of this photograph that you can see from the front. And so it kind of brings this photograph to life. It's a translucent sheet of acetate where I've printed the photo on top of it, and a very tiny microprojector. I think the technology gives it a little bit of surprise and a little bit of joy. When you first walk past this piece, it's a very static, like, oh, it's a photograph, cool. And then as you start to see things light up, get spotlighted, kind of shine with this internal glow, I think it creates a little bit more of this awe, a spectacle almost, that feels very magical. And that kind of surprise, I think, opens the doors to a lot of different things. This project got a lot more response from the audience than I thought it would. It's a very personal piece, but I got a lot of reflections from other people about how it made them feel about their families, about their loved ones, about the people that they had lost. And I realized that over time became the most important part of this process for me. I really want to take that focus on reflecting back into the community, reflecting back on an audience, and letting their feelings and their responses become a part of my artwork in the future. If you want to see more about this project or others that I've been working on, you can find me on Instagram at leah.make, or you can visit my website at www.leahc.me.
Hi. Could you tell us your name and what program you're in and year, please?
Hi, my name is Tom Xia. I'm in the first year ITP.
Cool. What is the project we have here?
So the project we have here is a tube light, supposed to be an analog light that's questioning the way that we interact with our daily side table lamp.
Can you give us a demonstration?
Yes, of course. So the light here that you can see is that all analog controlled. So the knob here is controlling the actual height of the light source, and then push it up and down to change the shadow on the wall. And then the shade is actually rotatable, and then it's actually creating like clear versus translucent effect.
Can you tell us about the materials involved in this?
So the material I used here is basically PVC water pipes for the tubes, and then wood for the knobs, and then 3D printed parts for the whole structure and the gears.
And is this here also part of your project?
Yes. So here is a series of studies of how do we interact with light differently. This is like a fake candle. The way to interact it is to blow it off.
Nice.
So it's like a very fun interactivity. And then the other one is more a study through like Mylar as the shade to see how it blurs the light. That's it.
Cool. How did you get the Mylar into that shape?
So the shape is actually inspired by architecture columns, like in Roman Greece. And then the scoops is really trying to see how it creates shadows around the seams, and then how it affects the light in their shadows.
It all looks very nice and cohesive.
Thank you so much.
Did you make this for a particular class?
Yes, so this is for the class Light and Interactivity taught by Tom Michael. Yeah.
I know Tom Igo is a pretty notable member of the ITP IMA community. What is it like learning from him firsthand?
I think I also took his PComp class. So from PComp to Light class, I think it's a very good transition to see how he teaches different aspects of interactivity in terms of material, industrial design, but also like the actual human interaction.
And how long did it take you to fabricate everything here in total?
So for the final project, me and my partner, Riho, we spent around 3 weeks fabricating from concept to the final. And then also we did like a little prototype, this is the first prototype that we come up with. And then it actually like works also pretty well if it's combining with the existing like, final product. Yeah.
So you made it bigger the second time around?
Yes, exactly.
And was that to fit more standard size bulbs?
Sorry?
Was it to fit more standard size bulbs?
Not really, but the first size was basically more to test the ability to see through the tubes and then how the light reflects on them.
Okay, cool. Is there anywhere online we can see more of this project or maybe see other works of yours?
Yes, so we have our QR code embedded in our posters that people can just scan it and then go to see our works.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hi, what's your name and where are you?
My name is Jason Snell, and I'm in the LowRes one-year grad program.
What's the title of your project, and maybe introduce us a little bit about it?
Sure. The name of the project is Theta, and it is a biometric sound bath. And so myself or other people put on an EEG headset that also has a heart rate monitor. and it shapes the sound of the drone and the heartbeat, and that helps other people sync up with their biometrics, and everyone relaxes together.
Where did you get your inspiration from?
I've worked with EEGs for the past 5 years. I started with making techno sets, and I started to have these really profound experiences through biofeedback, and started to distill it during my thesis work here into a more simple protocol to get people down into a waking dream state faster.
Would you love to show us the way to like immerse or interact with your project?
Can you restate?
Would you love to share us the way to participate in your project?
Sure. So when people come in, they lie down and chill out. At least one person puts on the sensor. We've got a big subwoofer here, and then there's a vibration pack on the main seat. And then the color of the lights is based on the, there we go. The color of the light is based on the mental state. So stress is red and blue is calm. So as someone gets deeper into a meditation, it gets bluer and bluer.
So the sound and light is grouped, or just like there's a time period for people who want to stay inside of this?
Yeah, so people come in, and what you're hearing right now is being shaped in real time by Julia's brain, because she has the EEG on right now. Yeah, so this is her heartbeat right now.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
and what kind of like software do you use for this program?
I built a software to process the EEG signal and heart signal in Swift, which is a language for Macintosh and iPhone.
And how long does it take for you to make this project?
I've worked on the thesis for the last few months, this particular iteration, but in general, I've worked with EEGs for 5 years.
Wow, that's incredible. And do you have any other things to share with us?
Super grateful to IMA and ITP for creating a space where I could do something as fun and cool as this.
Thank you so much for introducing your project with us. And where can we find you online?
Here, Jason J. Snell is my Instagram.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So this is the last one of our streaming today, and we will back on tomorrow. Bye.
you.